with it.
Alright everyone, welcome to Conquerors of Nolyn. We're playing with Team Red, their third game. Luckily everything will go alright. Sorry, fifth game.
Yeah,
You know,
that's better.
there's so many things that confuse me, such as words, the English
Numbers.
language, and numbers, so... Anyway, last time around, before we get to that, once again we have a very rainy day over here, so forgive for the noises, that will be loud. Last time around, with Team Red, after they finished looting a basement where dark rituals were taking place... Guys, mute your microphones if you're not talking. Last time around, after looting a basement where a dark ritual had just taken place, all of you decided to, split off for the night, since it's not like Nitria was gonna have a date anymore, and there wasn't anyone else left alive to interrogate or do anything with, so all of you split off for the evening. In the following day, your friend Halser was nowhere to be found until you checked the bar and you could find him several bottles down, and you decided to move on for your endeavors without him. Endeavors such as seeking Finnegan to ask him and inquire more about the academy that Reverov apparently was a part of oh so long ago. He did indeed learn quite a lot about this academy. The Arcane Reservoir back in Solfak. Not only that, but he also learned a little bit about his past and his dearly beloved, who died, or apparently got very close to dying in this accident, and had their soul snatched by Reverov's patron, one who calls itself Farfasfanu, a being from another plane. With the help of some of your friends, you figure out that this being might very well be a lich inhabiting the Shadowfell. Reverov was very pissed off after finding that out, and decided to do your best to start inquiring about ways to get into the Shadowfell and confronting Farfasfanu, no matter how long that takes. But then Farfasfanu decided to spice your lives with a little bit of drama and threw a manticore at you guys, which you defeated pretty easily. Later on, you decided to seek someone in town who knew more about a couple crystals left behind by the cultist you killed the night prior, and another crystal left by the manticore that was summoned from the shadows. You had a Shadorium and a Nephelium, those two crystals left behind by them, and by bringing them to someone in town, a satyr, enchanter by the name of Feldwing, he told you guys that he could use these crystals in enchantments. He agreed to make a trade with Zack for the dragon blood he so much desires. If the party were to go westward into the hills and kill apparently a Lieutenant Hugh Giant. He gave you a dagger and you departed westwards to fulfill that errand. With a little bit of investigation, you learned that this dagger wasn't a mere dagger. It was a stealer of souls. thinking not much of that, or quite a lot of that, you didn't change your path and you kept going on towards the giant and murderized the ever-living heck of one of them with quite a few artful tactics to disband them and hit them only one at a time. By doing so, you manage to capture his soul and then tuck tail and run before the other giants notice what you had done. And after running for quite a while in this very, very, very hot day of summer, you finally made a stop at the crossing in relative safety, and that's where we left off in the last session. So, Team Red, after quite a lot of running, you find yourselves in the crossing, somewhat tired and exhausted, especially in such a hot day. And as you look to the sky, God damn it, window, stop whistling. You find yourselves...
That was a window?
That was my window whistling.
Wow.
Because it's rainy and windy today.
That sounded like a person.
Right? You find yourselves in the crossing, looking at the sky and the horizon. You can see that the sun is setting. So it's about nighttime now. So, what do you wish to do?
Well, I assume we're at the crossroads with the tavern. There's a tavern, right?
Yes, there is a tavern at the crossing.
Quick question.
Yes?
How many hours would it take us to get back to town, even though it's dark, before we decide if we're gonna actually stay right at the? We're probably gonna want to stay at the crossing and rest up before we even try to traverse at night through the town to the town.
The previous day took you a whole day to go from Redemption to the crossing. You travel about 40 kilometers per day if you were to measure on the map.
Yeah, so probably a better idea to stop and rest.
Yeah.
Ravaroth is 100% ready to just keep walking.
And that
I
is
don't
being...
think anyone else is.
That is being very generous. People normally do not walk 40 kilometers in a day, but sure. I'll say that to make mathematics a little bit easier and simpler. So, are you traveling through the night? Risking further exhaustion, or?
Depending on how many people want to go. I don't want to go.
I don't either, because I'm okay on health and stuff, but we would be going without a long rest, and the next day is probably going to be very hot most of the time we're going. So obviously there is exhaustion risk here from multiple facets that I would prefer not to tempt fate with.
Yeah. You don't know exactly the weather for tomorrow. I don't believe the party has an Outlander. Never mind, you have Ojuk, right?
Yeah, I think I have some weather abilities, but not too many specified. Whatever I get for just being a ranger under UA.
I mean, your background is that of a Outlander, isn't it? Hermit, never mind. You are completely unaware of what tomorrow is going to be like.
I mean,
You stayed away from the weather for years.
yeah, I'm just like, would that basically be an Outlander, but alone?
Yeah.
But I just assume. on the safe side, it's like we just had a very hot day, and I'm inclined to believe that within the same season, there's a decent chance the next day would also be a very hot day.
Yeah, I just want to rest, fill my water bottle, or water skin.
Yeah.
Alright, so everyone is taking another rest at the Dragon Sprite Crossing Inn. Which I have absolutely no idea what I charged for you guys last time around, but this time around I'll charge once again
I
a
think it was
gold.
5 silver or something.
I think it was 5 silver or gold, I can't remember.
Yep. I'll charge, I believe it was gonna be that, but I'm gonna charge 1 gold piece for a room for the 4 of you.
I can easily put in 2 and cover us all, plus room service, I guess. I mean, whatever passes for room entertainment in those days.
Giggity.
This is more of a traveling, an inn for travelers and people just coming exhausted from exploring the wildlands. There's not a whole lot of entertainment to be had here.
Well, I mean, when the barkeep when the innkeeper tells us the amount, I'll drop him 2 gold coins.
Alright. Well, in the way of entertainment, the most they offer you, they just offer you, like, they borrow you a couple deck of cards so you can entertain yourselves by playing for the night. Courtesy of the house, so long as you return it once you check out in the morning. And speaking of cards, time to once again give you guys some cards. I hope this works.
Yay.
There it goes. So, Halser, because you were not here last session, what these cards are, you can click on it on your icon and see the card.
Okay.
Whenever you make a roll, you can choose to spend that card and add it to the roll. So they have a number. You're gonna add that number to the roll. If it is an ace or a jack, queen, or king, it's worth 10. Actually, I'm gonna shuffle before dealing cards.
Oh,
I like
had a 9.
I liked my 10.
Okay, sorry.
How do you actually see it? Because in my interface, it only
Just
says
click
to
the... If you just click the card, it should show up.
Sorry, now you have cards again.
Oh, it's an 8 now. Oh well.
It's a 9. You just reduced everyone's cards by what?
Sorry.
I wish.
see. Oh, damn it.
I got a 10.
I got a 4.
Alright. So whenever you make a roll, you can add that card to the roll if you wish to change its outcome. You only have 1 card for the game, and if you don't use it by the end of the game, it's recalled anyways.
Okay.
This is a new mechanic we're trying out to see how that works. So, yep. All of you guys spend the evening resting at the crossing. So at the end of the day, all of you get to make a long rest, where you recover hit points equal to your Constitution modifier times your level, and all spells. Leo, mute your microphone. After which, I don't know if you guys are going to be doing anything for the evening in the ways of endeavors or research or whatever you guys want to try and do for the night? You have plenty of hours before you actually go to bed.
During dinner, you see Ravroth sitting by himself like usual, writing in his book until at some point he just takes it, rips it in half, and throws it in the fire.
Yeah.
Storms upstairs.
You tear what apart?
The Book of Shadows.
Oh, okay. I imagine you're doing this regardless of who's around.
Yeah.
Nitra wouldn't have been next to him, but she would have been close by because she's documenting what's going on with him in her makeshift notebook. And she probably would have wrote that down and followed him.
Okay. So you do that, Revroff.
Yeah.
Zach, are you doing anything for the night?
Zach is probably writing his own notes in his own book that he does not tear apart because those are expensive.
Right?
I think we're like the Pact of the Tome ones can just perform a ritual to get it back.
Yeah,
Maybe.
I think I think they're free. I think it's like only Pact of the Chain that has to pay for theirs for some reason. It's very weird.
So you do that. Ojuk, during the middle of the night, you decide that, there might be valuables around. So I would like you to make a stealth check before you go around pilfering things.
No.
Alright. Next up, make an investigation check. As I roll my own dice.
Are these rolls being made in secret? None of the
Yeah, they're being whispered.
things. Oh, okay.
Because someone's being a stealthy boy. So, Ojuk, you using the cover of night and everything else you have learned during your travels, you just manage to slink around whenever nobody's noticing you, try and pocket whatever things you see laying around that look just the slightest valuable or shiny, and you just pocket them around without really taking a moment to look at them in case you need to tuck tail and run. You do that for a while before you get the sense that if you were to stay any longer in here, your presence might be known to people. And after what feels like a big haul of loot, you decide to finally just go back to the bedroom that you're sharing with everyone.
I would like to engage Ravaroth, and Nitra would have followed him upstairs and put her hand on his arm and been like, why did you tear the book apart? You said you didn't want to give it up.
It's all full of lies. Why would I want to keep it around?
What lies do you mean? You've been writing in it. I've been watching you write in it daily, things that happened right in front of you.
It said that he was alive and he's actually dead, and it doesn't say and it made it seem like my patron, very angry, air quotes there, was trying to help me when all he was doing was taking everything that made me me.
Is getting rid of him as easy as ripping apart the book? From what I know of warlocks, it usually isn't.
Probably not, but at least for the moment, he can't use it to take anything from anybody else.
Do you think that you're going to need to confront him?
Eventually.
Well, I've seen a lot of people who, well, I don't know. In my order, there's a lot of people that think of people who are under the influence of bad patrons as bad themselves, but myself, I see them more as victims being preyed on. And, well, if you need help when you confront them, you have a trained mage slayer. She just does half-hearted smile at you.
I put my hand on hers and just say thank you. And then I go to bed.
I guess once back in the room, watching those people head to bed, I take out the pouch I stuffed full and start looking through it. Dare I ask what I stuffed in there?
Yes, you pocketed a bag that was just lying around with contents. Upon examining these contents, you find them to be all weird assortments of all sort of miscellaneous stuff. Make an Arcana check.
Nothing good comes from miscellaneous stuff that requires an Arcana check.
Yep. You are not entirely sure what those things are. You get the sense that someone would not go bother to put things together, all such a varied amount of stuff together for no reason, but you don't see what the reason might be. But you have a pouch of stuff. And that's all you find in it. Just all sorts of, all the stuffs.
For reference, is this roughly a 1 pound pouch, 2 pound pouch?
Let me double check. Actually, let me take a look at your character sheet real quick, just to make sure that I'm not being a dumb dumb and making a silly mistake here. Okay. It's a pouch of stuff indeed. Anyways, if the book is right, it weighs 2 pounds.
One kilogram of stuff.
Yep.
I'll probably have to take it to one of the mages and have them identify it.
Yep.
Character, no clue. Players guessing it's a spell component pouch.
Who knows? So yeah, that's your endeavors for the night, and I believe the remainder of the evening goes by uneventful, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, as you wake up, once again, it is a very warm day of summer. You can already tell that for the remainder of the day it's going to be pretty warm. However, as you guys are getting ready, putting on your armor and everything else, rain starts falling, which does help a little bit with the heat. But still, rain does puts a little bit of a hamper on your travels. So imagine you're gonna be traveling a little bit slower for the day, and it will probably take you an entire day just to get back to Redemption. So do you pick up and start journeying back?
Yep, I guess we're heading back to Redemption.
Alright.
Walking in the rain.
The first thing Rav does upon waking up is look for his book, panic, and then spend an hour writing chalk on the floor to get it back. Like severe panic, like on the verge of madness panic.
Nitro be like, do you not remember tearing apart your book yesterday?
There is really no response or getting through to him until he has this thing clutched to his chest.
He clearly has an unusual relationship with that book.
Yeah, usually when I see such relationships with objects, it's... Well, I guess usually the objects are substances, more so. Generally not good.
Zach just notes down the spell circle that he's using for that out of moderate curiosity.
I suppose while he's doing that spell circle, I'm going to show Nitria and Zach the bag and feign that I don't remember what it is.
If it is a spell component pouch, both Nitria and Zach would know what it is immediately, right?
Yeah, it is indeed a component pouch. You never saw Ojuk use a component pouch to cast his spells, and yet he has one.
I didn't see you with that before. Where'd you find that?
Do you really want to know?
I can take a guess. Yeah, it's a caster's component pouch. If you took that from somebody, them not having that is probably really dangerous, and you're not going to find much worth out of it.
Well, forgive me for the fact I'm not going to take it back. I don't need an altercation.
Where did you take it from?
It was on the floor somewhere.
Specifically, and Nitria put out her hand to try to gesture to give it to her.
I don't know. I've been all over this building last night.
Well,
Can
the problem is if you annoyed someone, that person has magic.
Yeah, but a bit less of it without this. But is it really worth the trouble? I mean, they can probably get another one really easy.
Zach will check the bag for valuable components.
There are no priced components in this bag, just your assortment of weird things pilfered from nature, bat guano, and other such things.
Well, that means they know Fireball.
Nitro will be like, I'll just, if you don't know where you got it, I'll take it to the tavern keep. I could
And
just
it'll
tell
sit
them
on
to
a
look
shelf
out.
for years, especially if the person's already left.
I mean, I don't need it. You don't need it.
And
Well,
player-wise, it
well,
would take a grand 3 seconds to be like, Nitria goes and like gives the tavern keep the component pouch.
Just hear me on this, guys. Just hear me on this. Worst case scenario, if one of you guys loses yours or something happens to it, we have a spare. If I ever need it, I have it.
Worst case scenario, a mage is robbed of their only means to defend themselves, traveling from the middle of nowhere.
I bet they're traveling with someone. I don't usually see mages travel alone. I mean, I've seen the occasional warlock sneak off by themselves.
Best case scenario, they're evil and you've just disarmed them. I've done the proportion of good to evil mages 5.
Do we want to focus on trying to find anything out here while we walk, or worry about the pouch?
I mean, I was just going to leave it with the tavern keep, because none of us can use it anyway.
I say again, it'll probably sit on a shelf forever after that.
Unless the people staying here report they have something missing to the person keeping the tavern.
Alright, why don't you take it, and we can go sit in the tavern a bit while Rav finishes up whatever he's doing, and if we overhear somebody missing it, you can give it to them.
Sure, Ojuk.
Just don't tell them you got it from me.
I won't. I'll just say that it was laying on the ground. I'm sure people drop these sometimes. Not really, but it's fine.
So, do you return it, Nitria?
I mean, I guess we will wait around to see if, like, anyone... I mean, you can't really necessarily identify a caster without their pouch, so, I mean, after waiting for a bit to see if anyone's looking for it, yeah, she would just return it to the tavern keep.
Alright. So, you go to the tavern keep to return the bag. The Dragonborn just takes it from you and says, thank you. People keep losing things all day. Oh, thank you. If anyone comes looking for it, at least it will have made someone's day.
And Nitra will do a short bow to him, be like, of course, I hope who lost it found it. She turns around, she'll just give Ojuk a kind of dirty glare.
I hope you enjoyed the accommodations. Have a nice day.
You too, sir.
When we finally head out of the inn as a group, I'm going to make certain to say to Nitria, 6 months or less, it's going to be thrown in the fire. He's going to burn it up. I bet you.
Well, it's probably more than you would do with it.
So, as the party reunites, Ojuk, without your component pouch that you stole, Rav with your resummoned Book of Shadows, and Nitria and Zach with your notes taken about this, well, about alchemical observations of several things, your observations of who this party is and what everyone seems to be up to, as best as you can tell, and a dagger containing the soul of a giant. All of you make your way back to Redemption. Walking through the rain, marching down the hill until you finally return in Redemption at the end of the day. However, for this 4 days you guys have been away. Halser, what have you been up to in these 4 days that you have been alone from the party?
Oh, well, at first I woke up and then I started drinking and drinking more, and I don't remember. And then a day passed. Then I said, this is the last day I actually drink, and then the day passed. And then the third day, I actually forgot what I said the previous day because I drank too much, and then I drank a lot. And then I woke up and there was nobody in the tavern. And I thought, oh my god, I lost at my party again.
And in that day, as you're looking around trying to find these companions that you have been traveling with for quite a while now and getting on all sorts of endeavors with, the people in the tavern, they seem to be doing alright, mostly shielding themselves from the rain. Therefore, the tavern is much more... Oh boy, music. The tavern is cramped and full of people, packed even. And thus, there's more beer and ale coming in and out by the moment. Eventually, someone just... you see another person, heavyweight bear, coming up to you, Halser. Hey there, I have seen you drinking quite a lot these last few days. Seems like you can handle your liquor.
Well, I can stop whenever I want. I just never want.
Well, I hope you're not looking to stop today, cause... You see, I've been feeling a little bit generous and I would like to sponsor a little bit of a contest of the drinking kind.
Oh, I like where this is going.
And I see that you can handle your booze very well, so might you bet against me on who can drink the most?
Fine then, bet taken.
Alright. The bear folk, he just pulls out a pouch of coins, spills half of it into the table and starts sorting through some coins, putting some in the back into his pouch, and sifting through the 20 gold pieces and just pushing them forward towards the barkeep and saying, 20 gold keep, I can now drink the moose.
Bet taken.
The barkeep just looks at the two of you and says, alright, just keep your hands to your own drinks. No funny business, the two of you. You have to add some to the pot. You're betting with money, I suppose.
I'm fine. So usually the funny stuff happens after we drink.
So Halser, you're putting 20 gold pieces into the bet, right?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So they have a pot, 40 gold pieces. The barkeep decides that to to offer the drinks for free, but he will keep part of the pot, so you guys can just focus on going nuts with your drinkage.
Right, yeah.
And
I'm gonna teach this damn beer what a moose can actually do.
come again?
I will teach this damn bear what a moose can actually do with his drink.
All right. So Holzer, you stand there on your seat as the bear also stands on him, kind of eyeing you every once in a while, but then completely shift his focus to this huge stain of ale that is presented towards both of you. And the barkeeper says, "All right, I'll be not only counting who passes out first, but also who drinks the fastest. So, on your marks, go." And the two of you have a big stain of ale. Are you downing it fully, Holzer?
Definitely, yeah.
All right. Make a Constitution saving throw. As you do that, I'll fetch this other character sheet to make a Constitution saving throw of my own. All right. All right.
I think I'm gonna use my 4 because, well, I have a reputation to keep.
All right.
I mean, hard.
All right. So you wanna turn that 9 into a 13?
Yeah, that would mean 13.
Okay. So you go on. You see the. I think I can steal the card. Is that how it goes? There you go. I have your card. So you start drinking this stein of ale, but you look to the side and you see that the bear is halfway through his already. So you just feel this need to prove yourself even more now that that some of the crowd in the bar have sort of gathered to watch this contest of sorts that seems to be starting meekly, but as soon as the bear just starts chugging his whole stain, you also put your entire inspiration behind it to chug it as fast as you can, and then it takes you a lot of concentration and effort to down it as fast as you can. But before you can finish, everyone is already pounding on the table on the tables around you, and the bear just puts down his stein with a very heavy clang as he slams on the wood. Just a few moments before you are able to finish your own. By moments, I mean seconds. And everyone just cheers as the bear finishes his first, and so do you, and you just shake your head a little bit. Wasn't the most masterful first round, but there's more rounds to come. So the innkeep, he goes on, serves 2 more steins of ales and pushes them towards the 2 of you. And he holds a hand, just looking at the 2 of you, waiting for you guys to recompose yourselves a little bit before saying, "Ready? Drink." And once again, make a Constitution saving throw. Oh boy.
And those days of drinking are starting to take a toll on me.
Maybe. So once again, the 2 of you start just gulping and chugging your ale as fast as you can, and as you look to the side, the bear seems to have quite the technique to drink it out, because he's not even tasting the beer, he's just chugging and not letting a single drop spill from the sides, and you do your best to sort of imitate his technique as also trying to pay attention to your own beer. And once again, he finishes his stein first, slams on the table, and everyone just starts cheering and clapping and slamming their hands against the tables as the people start chanting amongst themselves. And you see another bet going on this side of the bar, just between the bar goers themselves, to see who of you can outlast this drinking. The beer keep looks at the two of you, notices that the two of you are still good, haven't passed away. You manage to keep in your drink. Your stomach starts grumbling and rumbling and complaining a little bit, but you just shake the thought as two more stains of ale are presented to the two of you. He raises his hand and says, "All right, go for it. Make another Constitution saving throw, also." All right.
Phew, at least one. 19.
So the two of you once again starts chugging and drinking, and you do your best to focus on finishing your stain, and you have to make several pauses just to stop and kind of put it down and try to keep yourself from feeling ill as you feel this heavy amount of liquid not agreeing very much with you. But before you are able to just kind of push up back this time to your mouth to keep drinking, you just see the bear to your side. He just once again shugs it all down, slams the stein again on the table, completely empty. As everyone just starts cheering and clapping very loudly, you just see as the bear just kind of does a very audible heave as he just feels his cheeks, and you see some beer drizzling through the sides of his mouth and his nose, and he just can't really hold it in. And you just see him putting his hands on the table and kind of just looking down and trying to swallow back in whatever he just puked into his own mouth. And you see him taking very deep breaths once he finally swallows it all, and just heaving on the table like, "Keep on coming." And the barkeep just looks at the two of you like, "You guys are not okay. Do you want to keep this up? It's not looking pretty for either of you, boys."
Just shut up and give more beer.
Alright. Once again, noticing as the two of you are not looking very nice. Also, you're starting to feel dizzy. Everything around you is sort of blurry. As you look to the side, it feels like your mind is not keeping up with your senses. Heavy slamming noise in front of the bear as more ale is ready for the two of you. And he just raises his hand. "Alright, whenever the two of you are ready, drink." So make another Constitution saving throw.
I can feel it. My land, my ancestor finally flowing inside of me.
So Halser, you do your best to just pull with it, to just keep on going and not lose it. Try your best to force this drink to just go down. At which point you now start to feel the bitter taste of beer. It disagreeing with you to a new level. You just start to feel like the taste and the smell of beer feels disgusting around you, and that's a sure sign. You know it in the back of your mind. You have been through this quite a lot before. This is when your body is telling you to stop, and yet you keep going and going and going. And when you look to the side, once again the bear has finished his own cup, puts it down, and kind of just shudders shaking himself completely, and all of you just hear the flapping of his muscles and his lips as he just slams both his meaty hands on the table and just lets out a roar. It shooks everyone. Everyone shuts up for a moment. Then they look at him and he just cleans his mouth with the back of his hand and says, "Ah, that's it. Another one."
Okay. Try.
The barkeep looking at the two of you, he doesn't seem very keen on keeping this up, but nonetheless, he pushes forward another half liter of ale, like all the ones before, for the two of you to chug and drink and do your best to hold in. So once again, make a Constitution saving throw, also. So, as you do your best to drink down this stein of ale, you're not chugging it like you were the previous one. You're trying to take sips and kind of holding your breath to not feel the taste or the smell of the beer. Just take very heavy gulps. Very, very heavy gulps of the beer until you're finally done with your own stein. And as you put it down, you're feeling horrible. You actually feel very light, and your mind is very fuzzy. You feel nothing. People are just talking and shouting around you, but you can't understand anything. And as you look around, the only thing you can really feel is that you're heavily under the influence of alcohol. And as you look to the side, the bear as well is looking very dizzy. He has both his hands on the table and his head even lower than before now, as he's almost his forehead is almost touching the bar table, and he just heaves and breathes in very heavily. And as he looks up, he says, "I'm ready," and he just collapses on the table, passing out. And as everyone just looks around, just waiting in expectation to see if he's gonna puke or do anything else, the barkeep just waits a moment and says, "Well, the bear is out. Congratulations to our moose friend here. I believe you are the winner." And everyone just cheers once again as they say, "Oh yeah, I saw him before, he's a heavy drinker." And everyone just starts cheering and celebrating, and you just hear these very loud noises of voices and hands clapping, and you can't understand half of what people are saying. But as you look to the side and you see the bear collapse on the table and you still standing, dizzy as you are, you get the sense that you have won. As someone in front of you, who takes you a moment to recognize as the barkeep, seems to push a amount of gold pieces into your hand that you're not even sure how many it is. You just see a pouch pushed towards you, and as you open it and try to count, you can't count past 3, but you decided, hey, I won after all. So you just pick up the bag and pocket it as you have won the spoils of a drinking contest.
Yeah, but I think about the beer, and wow, that was a real kindred soul. So I feel like actually splitting half of the money and give half to him. I can't really count it. I just randomly split the gold, and then I throw half of the gold to him. I give him a pat and say, "My friend, you're wrong species. You have worse ancestors than mine. But hell yeah, you really were a companion."
All right. Roll a d20 for me, Halser. All right. You picked some random pieces of gold from the bag. You're just feeling both of your hands. You're not even sure how much gold you have picked up. You just have it in your hand, and you kind of try to shove it down in between the bear, like between his head and his hands that are on his arms that are on the table, and you just try to kind of shimmy it in there to make sure that it's very close and tight with him and that nobody's gonna take it away. And as you put it down and pat him a little bit on the back, saying those encouraging words, he just wakes up very quickly, and you just see his eyes opening up alarmingly fast, very wide. He just opens up his eyes, stands up a little bit, just looks to the side, and barfs all over the ground. Projectile vomiting, liters and liters of drink. And everyone in the bar just starts shouting in surprise and disgust, and everyone just kind of steps away as the barkeep starts shouting, okay, now that's enough. Come on, everyone, just give the man a space. You, bring him up. Let's clean this up. Someone, help him outside. You, and he points to you, Halser, give him a hand. He's had enough already, and so have you, the two of you. Go take a breather outside.
So I help the bear, and we go outside right behind the street so that we're not bothered by passerbys.
All right. So as you take the bear outside, he starts babbling. He starts just talking things, and your mind is just way past consciousness to even decipher what he's saying or keep it in your mind. But some sort of conversation happens, and the two of you keep on talking to one another for what feels like an hour before the rain outside. It just feels too cold for all of you. You just pocket whatever coins you still have. The two of you kind of shake on it and go your separate ways for you to rest a little bit, because at this point you feel like you're gonna collapse at any moment in any place, and you would rather be somewhere safe before you collapse. So, and yet...
I wave him goodbye, and then I tell him if he wants to do some drinking, or even private drinking, I'm still up for it.
The bear, he nods at you and says, you got it. You got it, you're a horny one. Because you have the antlers, the big thing on top of your head.
And what's on my head? You'll see.
And the two of you part ways after that. And you're not entirely sure where the rest of your evening, your day goes. But, Halser, you wake up in the following morning inside the guild halls in the very small, cramped little quarters where so many recruits of the guild have rooms in. And as you wake up, part of your clothes are a little bit spilled with puke and barf. There's a very heavy smell of alcohol all around you, and you see standing just a few feet away from you your companions, Nitria, Ojuk, Ravrov, and Zach, looking down at you, sort of just waiting for you to wake up.
Nitria would have been bumping him with her foot a little.
Damn, I'm still drinking. Is that you guys? I thought you were gone.
Rough night, buddy?
Every night it's rough. I love you guys. And then I get up and actually try to hug the closest one.
I'm guessing that would be Nitria since she was poking him with her foot.
Alright, Nitria. You barely have the time to even perceive what's going on before the very, very tall servant Moose just stands up and pulls you in for a hug. A very alcohol-scented hug.
Can I use Dex to help Nitria get out of his grasp and offer him a ball of soap instead?
Nitria would let it happen and just like, with one hand she'll pat him on the back and the other one she's gonna slowly grab for her water skin. Like, you should have a drink that isn't alcohol, buddy.
I had is beer alcohol? Oh yeah, I guess I had beer.
Yeah, I'm still gonna give Halster the ball of soap and suggest he should go clean up.
Alright.
Fine. All for you guys.
So, all of you guys now finally reunited. An hour or so later, all 5 of you find yourselves in front of the guild, where you have spent the night at after returning from your travel, which was very exhaustive. Most of the night was spent just trying to dry up your clothes after traveling in the rain for more than 8 hours, and making sure to warm yourselves up so none of you fall ill.
And wash the hangover out of one set of them. Halster, you can keep that soap.
Thanks.
And Halster, after you shower and you go to gather up your possessions, you do find that you still somehow have 23 gold pieces in your pocket that 23 on top of whatever you had before. So from your bet of 20, you made 23.
Even when Halser's drinking, he makes more money than the rest of the party.
Fucking right.
For real.
It's most privileges.
So, in actuality, you only made like 3 gold pieces. You bet 20 and make 23. You would have...
And a ton of free beer.
Yeah. You would have made more, but you decided to split some of your earnings with your new friend, whose name you did not catch at all. Both of you were too drunk for that. And as you try to think back on it, you really don't remember anything you guys have talked. You just remember... What you remember the most is the 2 of you talking to one another outside in the rain as people kept coming in and out of the tavern, and after which point someone came to kind of shoo you away because the 2 of you were stinking of alcohol and driving away some customers. And when you think about it, that's really all you remember from the past day. But regardless, the 5 of you are finally together again, and you still have a dagger to deliver.
Yeah, I guess we'll go and do that.
That makes sense.
Quest turn in.
I guess the party is telling me what happened.
We found a really big ugly thing and killed it. We gotta go
We
take
almost
this.
got mauled by giants.
Well, Nitria did get mauled by one of them.
I had a close encounter of a rocky kind.
Yeah, I got hit with a really big club that probably almost killed me, and yeah, he got squished by a very big thrown rock. So.
And Ojuk can toss necrotic fireballs now.
Oh, wow, I get distracted at the moment, and wow.
That's about the only thing worth talking about of our trip, really. That's the most interesting part.
Yeah, unfortunately, it'll only be up to 6 necrotic fireballs. but almost unlimited just necrotic energy balls.
That's less cool, though. Stick to the fireballs.
Instead of full jars of oil, we need to give you like little potion vials that you stick in there.
It's an idea, but we'd probably have to buy a lot of just empty vials and fill them. I don't think they'd do as much. Pretty sure they wouldn't.
They wouldn't do as much fire damage as a jar, but it would still do more than a pebble.
So, the 5 of you make your way towards the tower of the satyr, while all 4 of you kind of feel Holzer in on what he's missed. In this past few days, the 4 of you have been away without him, and whatever adventures you guys have been on, that he, fortunately or not, missed. And after talking to one another, conversing some, it's still today the day is much more overcast. It's not as hot despite being summer, because of all the rain of the past week, pretty much. Not the past week, the past couple days. It's been pretty agreeable, but overcast nonetheless. So
I'm guessing,
yes,
since we're going past the shop areas, I'll look for a shopkeeper that's selling some basic items and see if I can get 2 oil flasks refilled. And
sure, easy enough. You'll find it for the price that the player handbook says it costs, minus something, because you are with the guild. So yeah, you refuel your oil flasks for quite a bit of money.
I need to find some healing potions because I'm out of them.
We all are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I don't got monies to replace it now.
the guild itself, or some shops around town, would sell healing potions for you guys, being members of the guild, for 40 gold pieces.
I'd have enough to get only one.
I have enough to get 0.
Well, I think we could make them for half, but
Well, that's half of the normal price, not the guild reduced price.
Oh no,
How
no,
much is...
I would allow you to make one for 20 gold pieces, but it would take you the day.
yeah.
So who's our herbalist?
I think 2 of us are capable, Nitria and Zach, right?
Zach is proficient in alchemy supplies, so yes.
Yeah.
I can try to make them at half price at one of the herbology shops. Herbal shops. Take me a day to do it.
For some reason, rules is written, and alchemy kit lets you make all the potions except for healing, which requires a fucking herbalism.
Go figure.
Because alchemy can't heal people. Fuck if I know.
Okay, so I imagine you guys are turning in the quest and then spending the rest of the day making potions?
Probably.
Alright.
Yeah, that sounds worth doing.
What was it we get for a quest? It was for the magic item that Ojuk got, right? And then wasn't there something?
I get my tank of blood.
Yep.
Ah,
So much blood.
Because Zach wants some weird blood. He can go get it.
Fair enough. So the 5 of you make your way towards the Satyr Tower. You meet Feldwang again, who, once he sees you all have the dagger he gave you to capture, to kill a giant with, offering no other explanations aside from that. He notices you all back and... There you are. That will do. I'll take that from your hand. And he takes in the dagger, examines it a little bit, and as he kind of just holds it in the air, just turning it around, examining it some. Whenever he turns it into a very specific angle, you can see the purple glass of the dagger shining in, catching a weird light, and you can see, for just the briefest of moments, reflects of the face of the hill giant inside, screaming a silent scream of agony or something. Not entirely sure. But you just see the glint of the giant soul inside the dagger screaming, and then he just pockets the dagger and says, well, alright. This, along with that piece of Nephelium that you had, I can make quite the enchantment. And for that you wanted a vial of dragon blood, right? Thank you.
Yes. So, I'm curious, exactly where did you get this?
I cannot tell.
That's no fun.
Well, it is for some people. You see, dragons used to not be a thing, now they are. And there are some who know more about the dragons, but some do not know much of the dragons. And those who do keep it a very close secret.
I take it knowing who those people is also a secret?
Yes.
Doubly not fun.
Maybe we could just ask Tijakwi. She knows.
I've heard that since the dragons returned, some higher level magics have returned to the land as well. You know anything about that?
Yes. That which I now possess, thanks to you lot, will allow me to employ such higher level of magic into some very intricate crafting. Do follow me, please. And he just starts walking into the tower, climbing a set of stairs, inviting all of you to follow him.
I'm gonna follow, probably at like upwards of even, 8 to 10 feet back in case this guy blows up when he does this crazy thing.
Alright.
Nitra is definitely following.
I'll go along because that sounds like a fun time.
So as you go up a set of stairs, he shows you on the second floor there's this big area full of little random materials that seems like he's about to try and get enchanted in some way or another. You see weapons, swords, daggers, bowls, and other such things. You also see what appears to be some sets of armors of different materials and sizes. One that he pulls out, though, seems to be sort of a belt combined with a harness that kind of has shoulder straps, meets in a Y shape, and then connects to the belt. You see there seems to be a slot for a gem, and there It seems to be missing though. And then as he picks he pulls out the Shadolium, the Nephelium that you guys gave him, and the dagger with this soul of a giant, and he shows it to the both of you and points towards the belt as well and says, using this dagger imbued with this power of a giant and this crystal Nephelium, I can enchant things to enhance their power and grant this power to a user. And when I enchant them into this, and he points towards the belt, I can make that so this belt can grant its user the power of a huge giant.
Wouldn't it have been better to use a bigger and stronger giant instead of the small one?
Could you have killed one?
I mean, maybe we
I
killed it
also if going after a smarter giant would make it so the belt will not affect one's intelligence while wearing it.
It only affects your strength. It does not affect the mind, only the body. And going for a stronger giant would be preferable, but I fear I would need more capable adventurers to chase after one. I do not feel like the four of you, now 5 it would seem, would be able to handle a stronger type of giant. Besides, the stronger types do not inhabit nearby.
I mean, can you upgrade it later if we happen to have a stronger giant soul or something stupid?
My guess might be he could make another out of a stronger soul.
If I have the soul of a stronger giant and another piece of Nephelium, I might be able to, yes.
Of course, it kind of makes sense these belts would sell for a good price, being belts of giant strength. Even if it's only hill giant strength, it's far stronger than the average person.
It's far stronger than any person.
Precisely. And these will fetch such a high price that the time I will spend enchanting is minimal, thanks to these which you have brought me, which makes it a fair trade for a tank of dragon blood. Come on, keep on following. And he leads you a nut set of stairs to the top floor of the tower, the last one, where you can see in the very corner there seems to be a bed and a wardrobe and other such things. Some papers are scrawled upon some desks. It seems to be his office, more so than any other floor. But to the corner you do see what appears to be a counter with several alchemical things displayed on it, several dozens and dozens of flasks and things. Flasks, vials, tanks, and such others. And as he goes through them, and you guys follow along, they're all labeled, but in a language I don't believe any of you speak aside from Ravroff. Because it's all in Sylvan.
Not only that, I can read anything.
That is true. Goddamn you warlocks. Regardless, the rest of you do not speak Sylvan at all, and you are unsure as he starts going through all of these vials and says, "So, what kind of type of dragon were you looking for again?"
I didn't have a color in mind, but blue works.
Blue it is. Let me see. And he starts sifting through the vials, and he pulls out one very large tank. Very sizable in size, even. Very big, even. As he pulls it out and hands it over to you, saying, "Be careful. I can acquire more, but it might take time. You might want to be very careful where you employ that, and not to tell anyone else where you got that from." And as he hands it to you, Zach, that is a tank of blue dragon blood. It weighs 10 pounds.
Cool.
So you can add that into your character sheet.
What do I see on the other labels?
Appears to be blood of other types of dragons as well. Some of these labels seems to be essence of other types of creature, not only dragons, but fey creatures and fiends and undead.
I'm truly hoping that if the dragons just came back, this blood isn't being taken from them by killing them.
I don't ask the source for details on the acquisition method.
Something tells me you have a hard time finding a dragon that just lets you bleed out of it.
I mean, if you pay them enough for something.
True.
It's like giving a priest a bit of your blood in order to do whatever it is that priests do.
That's an awfully vague sentence. It's moderately concerning. But yeah, I imagine it would be much more efficient to have a self-replenishing supply of blood than to murder it.
So, if I were to let you look into this spell book and book of secrets I have from the Shadowfell, could that perhaps get us that belt of giant strength, as well as maybe some information on where to obtain more dragon blood?
He looks at you for a moment. What book of the Shadowfell would that be?
I just hold up my book.
As he examines the book, make a persuasion check with disadvantage.
I use my forceful presence to cancel out that disadvantage.
Okay. Okay. So make a... Oh boy. Oh, you charisma-based people. Well, that seems very nice of you. I'll finish enchanting that belt and then I'll take a look over your book, if you don't mind parting with it for a few days.
I don't mind parting with it for as long as you will find it useful.
Alright.
As long as I get it back in the end, of course.
But of course, you will get it back, yes. And he reaches over to grab the book, and I assume you just let him take it.
Not yet, he needs to make the belt first.
Oh, make the belt first.
As I said, I'm exchanging it for the belt and some information. So, either he gives us the information first, or he gives us the belt first.
Alright. I would prefer to look through the information before seeing whether or not it is valuable. But don't worry, even if it isn't, I'll offer something valuable in compensation.
Give me a heads up when you have the belt, and if it's not, or if what I have is not up to snuff, then we can negotiate something else.
So you're not leaving the book with him?
Not just yet.
Alright.
I tell him how to contact me when he has the belt done, and we'll negotiate more then.
Very fair. Very fair. Alright, I suppose we have a deal then, my friend. And he just nods. And starts leading you guys outside of the tower, since your business has been concluded.
That was fun.
So, Zach, you have yourself a tank of dragon blood, which you will be able to use in your alchemical experiments.
Indeed.
And when we're gone, I will let the party know the types of blood and essences I saw on the wall.
I'm more curious if those ones are troubling. Creatures that are smart but are not prone to attack. Or, moreover, were there any specifically humanoid race blood in there?
That would be for Doug to tell us. I just repeat what I saw.
There were many types of creature. Like I said, some of which were fae, some of which were undead, some of which were fiends, many of which were humanoids of some sort. The majority, though, were not. Well, actually, scratch that. Most of them were humanoid, the majority. Very minute minority that you could tell from the top of your head, Rev, were not humanoids themselves. But depending on how up to date you are with your knowledge and studies of the arcane, it's tricky to know out of the top of your head if those names correlate or not to a beast that was once humanoid and sentient or not. But as best as you can tell, a lot of them seem to be of the sentient type. You do notice also they seem, alongside with the Fae, essences that the guy had, some of which seem to be for Redcaps, which you very recently fought. Regardless.
Anyway, letting the party go on just slightly ahead. Keeping Nietzsche with me because she's practically my conscience at this point.
Yeah, I'm not thrilled with this guy's collection and usage of Feish or possibly civilian blood. I'm gonna bear in mind to look into this later of his supply and find out how ethical or unethical they are.
I'm wondering. The book I got from the Warlock mentioned that there's other casters in the town who are doing similar rituals, and now I'm kind of wondering if that's the case with him.
I'm using Nitria to make it so that I can stay with the group, essentially keeping one hand on her while I'm holding the book and concentrating on it and asking Farfi if I can, or if he'll actually listen. So how about I feed you the mind and memories of what seems to be a very powerful enchanter and alchemist.
Oh, Reverov. Finally back to speaking with me, aren't you now?
For now, as long as you are still useful to me.
That man, he has a lot of knowledge, little of which is dramatic. I find it very dull.
But lots of which could be used to turn things elsewhere. Very dramatic.
That might be true, Ravarov. Make a persuasion check.
Damn, I don't have my forceful presence.
You do have a card, though.
Not that I need it.
That's fine.
You hear that same voice speaking in your ear, Ravarov. Very well. If you do not believe that this mortal is gonna be of any more use for you and yours, I would like to know a little bit more about what he has in mind. Oh,
We can also find you some bandits or other people later. People with a bit more fun things to tell.
Oh, Ravarov. None of them are as fun or as dramatic as you and your story. I see you have grown close to these companions of yours. I hope they last longer than your previous ones, or that you last long in their hands. I see you trust the human so very much, she with her charms. Hopefully she doesn't kill you in your sleep. One who saw no problem or qualms with killing her own father. Who knows what she'll do to a person she knows for less than a month?
I'm going to keep that last bit to myself, but then I will put the book away and let Nitria know that the guy is saying that, or is trying to convince me that she will kill me in my sleep.
I mean, I'm not terribly inclined to do so. You don't seem like you're...
I don't seem at all worried about this as I say that either.
You don't seem like you're really posing as much of a threat as, say, the one who had a mound of mangled corpses in the basement trying to summon something. So...
Yeah, again, this guy just wants to cause drama, so figure if he says something stupid, I might as well just put it out there.
Yeah, I'm guessing he's just trying to create tension, I guess?
Probably.
I don't know. I'm more inclined to, if you got dangerous, well, trying to incapacitate you first. But usually I try to not rush to kill.
The hand on Nitria's shoulder gives her a little reassuring squeeze, and then he starts following along like normal.
Alright, so the party. You decide to prepare yourselves then for for whatever might come up by crafting some potions for the day, I imagine. So, who is going to be... Well, I'm assuming you guys are spending this day in town just crafting potions.
Probably, yeah. Probably a good idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to buy
Yes.
some parchment paper and just a journal
Okay.
to keep the things that I find the most important, like people's names and stuff, just in case the book decides to edit itself again.
Alright. So, you find that, Reverov, for a fair enough amount of price. And the people who have experience in herbalism kit, I believe, is Nitria, Ujuk, and Zach.
Well, I'm experienced with alchemist supplies, which I
Same.
thought was...
Which would make sense for it to be a thing that you can do.
Yeah, that was kind of the actual entire basis of me choosing the alchemist supplies as a proficiency was, oh, she would probably have learned to make healing potions from the order, but I guess not.
I'll say you
DM
can.
ruling.
I'll say you can. Why not?
Okay.
It's a little bit too late to go changing proficiency, so yeah, sure. You can use your alchemy proficiency to make potions of healing with the help of your friends who have gone on. At this point, you have traveled with Ujuk, Rav, Zach, and Halser for long enough to know how to apply herbs and other things into making potions of healing rather than poisons to disable people.
So I guess the three of us are going to an apothecary and we'll sit down and make potions?
Yes, I imagine so.
Sounds like a grand time.
So you are all spending the day making potions. That will be 20 gold pieces for each potion you guys want to make. Because you're all working together, I'll say you can make one extra potion, so you can make up to 4 potions today.
Well, I guess we'll give this spare to Halser and we'll each take one.
Yeah, that
Sense.
sounds like a solid idea to me.
I used to have 40 gold pieces, but I don't anymore because I had to spend 1 silver.
I can put the money for 2 potions.
I
put in for
8 gold
one.
now. I put in for 1. I have 8 gold now. I am.
That's all 4.
So everyone who's putting money for potions, tell that in the game chat, that's so everyone can see and know and make sure. Just to make bookkeeping a little bit easier for everyone. So all of you guys take on to making potions. 4 apparently total, which will
Looks like it.
Which will take the full day, and that will take the work of Nitria, Zach, and who else? Ujuk?
Correct.
Alright. So, while the 3 of them are making potions, I imagine that Dravrov and Halser, the 2 of you, are free to spend this day doing whatever you believe you are able to do or want to pursue. So, Rav.
How much would it cost to buy like a 7 by 14-inch piece of leather?
Oh boy. Leather.
I can't find leather costs anywhere in the rules, so.
What would you be using that for?
Just like I might not.
Because according to the player's handbook, 1 square yard of canvas is 1 silver piece.
Okay, and how much did you say? 1 silver?
Yeah, 1 silver piece.
Okay.
Shouldn't be too much. Next up, you buy that, and I believe you are trying to bind your new book.
If I can do so without wrecking the paper, then yeah. Otherwise, I'll just roll it up with the leather on the outside and
Sure.
do like a pseudo scroll.
Do you have any proficiencies you feel like applies to this?
My proficiencies are in land vehicles and pan flute. So,
yes. The finest.
Really?
Yep.
Wow. No tools whatsoever.
Nope.
Okay, so make a dexterity check for me.
Dexterity check. Okay, that's not horrible. You'd think I would have calligraphy considering how long I've been writing, but it wasn't really an option.
Okay, so it takes you the better portion of the day just kind of going around shops, trying to find the supplies to buying the book. Eventually you do talk to someone who doesn't seem to have the time to do it for you, or willing to do it for free, but they don't mind letting you kind of in on their workshop where they are binding books and tomes and such, and letting you watch the process and try to apply it on your own. And as you're trying to do, some of them even give some tips for you on how to do it. And with the help of the local artisans, you are able to bind your own book very, very nicely even.
Okay, so yeah, I essentially took 5 pieces of parchment, cut them in half, and put some leather around it, and just put that in my bag.
Yeah, super simple, and yet it works. So I would say that you spend most of your day doing just that. Meanwhile, Halser, what have you been doing with your day?
I think since I spent so much money, I could actually go to the docks and see if somebody needs some help. Moving boxes.
Alright. As you go over to the docks, it takes you but a split second before a lot of people start calling out to your name, wanting you to help them work on things. And it takes you little to no time before people start asking you to help them move boxes around and haul things in and out of ships and other such things. So I would like you to go ahead and make an athletics check. Alright. You spend a big portion of the day trying to help people move boxes around, and this time around you didn't spend a whole week, you just spent a whole day doing this, which pays you 2 gold pieces. Plus the price of living, but that's already discounted. So, Holster, you make 2 gold pieces working for the day, and as you're about to finish just moving boxes back and forth in the docks, and you start making your way out of it, you just seem to look eastward, and something seems to draw you. You decide to make a quick jog just to the wall of Redemption, to the southeastern gate, and as you exit it and look to the outside, you see in the distance the forest, the Old Helm Forest, seemingly beckoning you and calling you, and you feel this urge to go. And you ponder about that for a moment before deciding to reunite with your party for the evening. At which everyone, as everyone just finishes making their potions, get together, discuss findings and other such things, plans, share loot and equipment accordingly, and then I believe everyone sleeps for the night. Or do you guys want to do something, some sort of adventuring during the night?
Well, before having dinner, I actually want to speak to the party about the strange feelings I've been having about the forest.
Is it mating season?
Yeah, damn it, you city falls, you never understand when mating season actually starts. But yeah, there is a bit of a backstory between me and Forest. I've been, I had some dealings with a spirit from my homeland, and it involved me and dealing with Forest. So whenever a Forest calls to me, it could be interesting.
Well, what do you think on getting rest, and we'll try and explore your forest in the morning?
Something definitely not going to tell you guys to go in during the night in a forest, especially a forest that I heard could have something magical happening in it.
Or not magical, as it so happens.
Yeah, usually you need magic to stop magic. So anyways, up to you guys. But yeah, it could be interesting.
Be up for a forest adventure tomorrow.
I'll try to be sober.
That's a plan.
So all of you just reunite, plan for a little bit on how you're gonna be achieving this forest adventure of sort before you allow night to come and sleep to take you, unless someone has something else they want to do for the night.
I actually asked if the bear from the other day is actually hanging around.
You know what? Make an investigation check. Time to come up with a backstory on the fly.
Yay.
How all the best characters are made.
Right. So, Halser, as you are working around in the docks, at one moment during the day, you do see the bear that you met the day before showing up, walking around, talking to some people, and then leaving. But the whole time you see him in the docks, you are aboard one of the ships, helping place boxes around and doing work. And when you finally free yourself of this work and you try to look again for the bear, he is gone. He's nowhere to be seen. And you imagine if someone around would know a little bit more about him, but you really have very little to go on aside from appearance.
Oh well, we'll be back in this town anyways.
So, as the night goes by, everyone sleeps soundly, everyone recovers from whatever ailments they possibly had, I imagine, if they had any. Everyone should be at full health and primed and ready to go. So, The next day comes up. Unlike the previous day, which was scorching, well, rainy, this day is just cold. The temperature is it's not like super cold, it's just below average temperatures. But you imagine that after walking as much as you guys are going to be walking, you might warm yourselves up just by going places. So is there any sort of pre-preparation you guys want to do before you're heading?
If I could get up early enough in the morning, I think I'll use a med kit usage to try and gain some temporary hit points.
Alright.
Me too.
So, Ojuk, you use 2 charges of your healer's kit, healer's tools, I imagine. So, Holster and Ojuk, the 2 of you can roll for temporary hit points. So, roll a hit die. You are consuming that hit die for the day. And then you get to add that to temporary hit points.
Yeah, I think I'll do that too to be on the safe side.
Okay. So that's 1 extra charge of the healer's tool that you use, Ojuk.
Oh, I have my own healer's kit.
Okay, never mind that.
Yeah,
Holster,
I have
you have
one
yours?
too.
Okay. You have your own too, Holster?
Yes, I have one.
Wow, look at you guys. Prepared for
Yeah, I'm
everything.
pretty sure all of us were like, we have no healer.
No, no wonder you guys are so out of money.
Why?
Because those healer tools, if I remember correctly, they're a bit costly. But
10
anyway,
gold.
It's fine. Whenever Helser does work, he becomes a millionaire. So
If I followed Helser to the dock, I could probably work along with him. I think I've got the same base strength.
perhaps.
This worked well.
The previous day, however, you were busy making potions and such.
True.
Yeah, the next time Halsar goes to the dock, I want to go as well. I need money, and frickin' apparently writing crap doesn't pay anything.
It should. Depends on your roles, though.
Yeah, that was part of why I got fucked, was just I had decent work, but my first roll was shit, so I started off shit.
But don't worry, we'll get to that. So, all 5 of you pack up your things and start moving eastwards towards the Aldhelm Forest then?
Yeah, I'm guessing so.
Alright. So, with nothing to show for it except for Halser's whims, you set out eastward into the forest to explore and follow Halser's whims on whatever this thing he's feeling might be, and maybe find something, and hopefully the best will come out of it. So, party, as you start walking down the forest, it quickly dawns on you that this is a very dense forest. It takes you, first and foremost, several hours before you even get to the edge of the forest. The forest that shows on the map of Redemption is not the same. It goes a little bit further, and then there's a division between that small patch of woods and then the Aldhelm Forest itself. As soon as you get close to the edge of the forest and start walking a little bit further in, you feel something, the air becoming heavier around you. The canopy of the trees is very dense and packed, and a few feet inside into the forest, everything dims so very much, and it's very clear that sunlight doesn't touch several portions of this forest as easily. and navigation is a little bit tricky. As you look back, the remainders of daylight and sunlight stays behind as all of you start venturing a little bit further into the forest. And all of you, except for Halser, feels like there's something in the air that seems to shuffle your thoughts a little bit, and energies seems weird. Zach, Rav, Ojuk, and Nitria too, because of some inclinations, you get the sense there's something weird going on with magic here.
You realize I have a 0 in Arcana and a 2 in Religion.
You can cast spells, therefore you feel something weird.
Magic be fucky. You be slightly magic.
Can I try to sense what's going on?
Sure, make an Arcana check.
Can I just try a perception check to perceive any danger or anything around?
Sure. Ujuk.
Yeah, I think I'll hop in on that perception too. Not like I'll beat it.
So, Rav, you perceive that magic here seems to be flowing very weirdly, and it isn't only magic that seems to be flowing weirdly, but it seems like life itself seems to flow weirdly. At certain points here in this forest, there's no sounds that you would expect of birds and animals in the least. The forest seems completely devoid of life. It seems like the 5 of you are the only creatures in it. As you walk a little bit further, the sounds of leaves rustling, branches just snapping against one another, the sounds become almost deliberate. You get the sense that sound seems to be coming from one direction, then they stop and come from a completely different direction. Wind does not flow this way, and whatever sort of force of nature is acting here, it seems bent on trying to confuse you. And you also get the sense that magic flows in such a different, weird way that if you were to try and cast spells here, you're not entirely sure how that would go. You get the sense something weird might happen. Nitria.
I wish I had the ability to speak with plants, Rav actually says.
Ojuk and Nitria, the two of you look around and you try to perceive motion around yourselves, but it's very hard to tell, really. You seem to notice silhouettes moving in the distance, but it's almost as if they are moving in ways they shouldn't be able to. Some silhouettes just jump behind trees that are so very thin, and yet they vanish as soon as they cross the back of the tree, and you get the sense that maybe there's some sort of illusion at play, or you just get the sense that something is trying to fuck up with your mind, and you try to attune your senses to things close by and things that you can definitely tell for sure. You focus on that, just trying to listen and trying to focus very much. You can tell that you are...
I have an odd idea, Doug.
You can...
I know it's a cantrip, but it's still magic. I want to try to produce a flame and see if I can control it.
Alright.
See what it does.
Before I get to that, you do get the sense that there might be a creature or creatures that seems to be stalking you from a very long distance. Nitria and Ojuk, the two of you noticed that. Sure, Ojuk, you try to cast Produce Flame. You have the... what the hell is it called? and another arcana that gives you cantrips. Right.
Yep. So I magically produce a small ball of flame in my hand, or at least try to, and see if I can toss it around and that type of stuff, and what happens.
Okay. So as you try to produce flame in your hand, a small controlled burst of fire, it seems to almost want to expand as if it has a will of its own. And when you try to contain it with your hand, it starts flashing several different colors. It goes from red to blue to green, then to pure white, and then to a very dark black, and then it just keeps shifting colors, and you are exerting a lot of effort just to keep this produced flame in your hand from going haywire, and you never had to put this much effort into this before. You get the sense that magic is wild here.
Do you actually notice something strange, like in the sound of nature, the sound of the trees?
Halser, as you walk around, you see your companions that seems to be very jumpy. Your companions, they just kind of seem to look back and forth as if the smallest noise is catching their attention, and they all seem a little bit anxious and nervous somewhat. You, however, you have been in many forests as you traveled around, and this time this doesn't feel very different. It just feels a little bit more. You have a much stronger feeling now. That yearning to see this forest through seems to grow stronger in deep within you. And as you look around, make a survival check.
I'm also going to point out to the rest of the group that I do not have any thermagagi or prestidigitation, so I should not be able to have this fire be any other color than normal. As I look around for some way to put it onto like bare dirt or mud or something and put it out.
Yep, you just aim it at the floor in the mud and then pat down with your feet as the produced flames just bursts, hopefully harmlessly. And everyone, go on.
Be like, do you think it's more powerful that way? Is magic more powerful here?
It's certainly chaotic, or wild even.
Yeah, it doesn't seem more powerful. It just seems harder to control. Way harder.
Should I roll a dex save or anything, Doug? Or
no, you're good. Don't worry.
So
good.
The question.
Yes.
Nitria, I imagine in this setting that wild magic wasn't really much of a thing for a lot of it because of the lack of magic in the world. But
yeah.
Would that be something that has kind of made a resurgence that her order would maybe know about?
Yeah, your order would know that they didn't send you to redemption just because. They seem to have to want someone there in redemption to examine the whole host of magical happenstances that seems to be going on, and they did. From previous reports, they have warned you about this forest that everyone seems to avoid. They didn't tell much of it, but they had some theories, one of which was that it may be a wild magic zone. They don't know why, though.
Okay, I guess Nitria would relay that and be like, so I don't even really know how to tell you to prepare for this other than try and not have your spells explode in your face. She just kind of does her nervous smile thing.
And also, we don't know the origin. Maybe this land is like my homeland, where our spirit is completely setting the rules here. Maybe we may piss him off if we keep trying to trigger magic.
So, Ojuk, one thing you do feel is that this spell, this Produce Flame, you managed to put it out. It was wild, but you were able to control it because of how relatively simple it is. But you get the sense that if you were to cast leveled spells that were not cantrips, it might be a little bit too wild for you to control.
Well, if we could find an animal, I could try to ask it questions, but I wonder how this spell would affect it.
You blow up the squirrel.
Oh, no. Thinking of blowing up squirrels, Zach is going to just test his own elemental non-spell stuff to see if that's working normally.
Well, at least I can do it without component or action.
Before we get to that, Halser, as you try to sense a little bit of the forest with your survival instinct, you are not aware of whatever it is that your party mate seems to be so jumpy and fidgety about, but you get the sense. You just look up as if something had called to you, but there was no voice that called to you, there was no sound, there was no image, there was nothing. You just look up into a direction and somehow within you, you just feel like that's the way.
So I pointed to the party and tell to just go in that direction.
Will you start walking?
Yeah, I start walking toward that.
Alright.
Just on a hunch? What do you think's out there? I mean...
Well, I spent most of my life in a land ruled by spirits, so I kinda trust the land.
Well, what have the spirits given you before? Or, if anything?
Well, I can't really say I had a good relationship with it. He mostly ignored us and give us nice harvest, keep the herd healthy. And he got a bit pissed at me for not living up to his expectations.
Well, that's a good start.
Yeah, but I feel starting, treating a spirit like an enemy can actually piss him off. I rather try to listen.
So, is this the same spirit, do you think? Or is it a different spirit? Does every forest have their own?
Well, definitely this one is not my spirit. If that was my spirit, then something bad would have happened to me.
Well, speaking of that, I think we might have, and Nitra is trying to keep quiet at this point. I think we might have some company. And she'll kind of do a slight nod in whatever direction the thing that's following us is.
So I will want you, Nitria, to make a nature check with disadvantage, and you, Ojuk, to make a nature check. Straight roll.
Okay.
Just to see if anyone can roll above. Oh boy. Oh no.
Wow.
No.
I like that Nitra has higher nature than Ojuk.
I don't specialize in nature in this case, I'm just out to survive.
Yeah, Nitra just has some intelligence is the only reason she has a positive in that.
Oh, you poor things. You hear, for the first time, what seems to be rustling in the leaves nearby you, but it seems very odd because they seem to rustle very close but then distant. Very distant, but then close again, and You get the sense that something is not only stalking you, but approaching you. You're not entirely sure what it is.
Can Nitria quarry mark it? I think. Hold on. It just says creature within 60 feet. It actually doesn't say I have to see it to mark it. It says I just lose the mark when it vanishes from my line of sight for a round.
Alright. So, Nitria, you just stop and look along with Ojuk. The two of you just looking into the woods as you see some shapes jumping back and forth. You get the sense that whatever the shapes are, they're not doing this by their own. There seems to be something else that seems to almost be aiding them in their movements. But at one moment, one split second, when you see this shape just jump and you catch a very small glimpse of it, you train your eyes on it and you just watch. You almost feel like time stops and you see for the first time whatever this creature is moving from one side to another, and you quarry mark it as you get every detail of this creature as you can. And you see this is a quadruped beast followed by two of its kind with very big heavy claws as it just talks around, but its head, it seems weirdly small, well, smaller than you expect, and somewhat very round. You see a glint of two glowy black eyes and a golden colored beak in front of its face.
Hello.
She'll stay trained on it and quickly turn and say what she just saw. See if anyone knows what the hell it is.
So, Nitri, as you notice that creature and you quarry mark it, because you can quarry mark up to 90 feet, even though it didn't feel like it was 90 feet, it is within 90 feet, so you know it's very close. Do you want to stay and try and engage it, or do you want to try and run away?
I mean, Nitria would probably rush to hold her ground, but she is going to say what she just saw to the party. Basically, we ain't getting ambushed today.
If there's some type of pack of... Did you say it had a beak?
Yeah. Running on 4 legs and have a beak front, and you said glowing black eyes?
It wasn't glowing, but it had a shine for a moment.
Okay.
Did it produce any noise? Something that I can actually try to follow with my ears?
It normally, any sort of creature would be making noise, but you get the sense that there's something about this place that seems to be muffling their noises.
Would Reveroth's Swiss cheese of a mind know what a owl bear is?
Make a nature check. Yep, you would know. Was a very low DC, and yet Ojuk and Nitria didn't make it.
You said there's more than one?
Yes.
There's 3.
Oh, joy. I would suggest that unless they're going to attack us, we don't attack it.
Yeah. Rather than I want to walk in the middle, let the other 3 take the 3 corner points of a triangle and just keep pushing forward.
Sure, I mean...
Nitria, so the ability as described is after a round of them being out of my line of sight, I lose the mark, but it does say I can double my proficiency bonus for ability checks to track them. So could I keep trying to continuously make checks to track them as we are moving to keep my quarry mark on them?
Yeah, I will say that you don't need to keep making checks. You are just able to keep your quarry mark because they seem to be close enough that every once in a while when you look back you see flashes of their movement. And as Ravroff explains to you more or less what an owlbear is, you get the sense that they are somewhat dangerous creatures. And they seem to be stalking you. You get the sense that they haven't just jumped out and attacked you guys yet because you outnumber them, but they're much larger. And it seems like they notice that you noticed them, but you worry that you don't know what you will find further ahead.
So Ravroth, would you remember that these things are like the biggest grizzly bear plus the biggest owl had an unholy... Well, I don't even want to go too much mental space about that. But yeah.
Yeah. These things are not friendly.
I gathered as much. Most things that stalk you aren't, cuddly.
Are bears or owls stalky creatures?
Yes, I'd say bears and owls are both stocky creatures, but the wild ones are not good to hug.
Well, owls are kind of stalkers or silent hunters. Bears, not so much.
So, party, what are you guys doing?
Just keep moving towards where Halser wants to go.
We're letting Halser take front. Me and Ravroth sort of in the middle. Zach and Nitri on each of the back corner.
I'm a little worried that we're gonna run into something and then be sandwiched and no longer outnumber the owlbears.
Do you want to try to...
I'm thinking if this forest doesn't like magic, then the little fireball spell earlier kind of called this thing, and they're keeping an eye on us.
Well, I mean, do we want to try to provoke an attack and see if we can deal with them before we move on?
Well, the question is what the forest can throw at us after we deal with the old bears, even if we survive it.
Well, if we don't feel up to continuing, we can just leave after that. Or at least try to.
I say we make the decision not to do any more magic unless we're attacked, and then just follow Halser.
Okay, we could go with that.
Yep, I'll go with that.
Okay, let's start to push a bit forward.
Alright. As you keep moving forward, Halser, if you're just following that whim, the direction you felt before, you're not even sure what direction you guys are going in anymore. At some point you get the sense that you're going east. At some point you get the sense you're going west. You're just completely lost at this point. And some of you are pretty good at keeping tracks, and yet, as you look down to check your own footsteps, you notice that they just extend for about 10 feet and then they disappear. Almost as if the forest itself has eaten your steps. Your footsteps.
Yum.
And as you keep pushing on, Nitria and Nojuk, the two of you keep bringing in the rear, just keeping your eyes on the owlbears to make sure that they're not approaching. And they do seem to keep stalking at you, but they seem to be keeping their distance. It's very hard to know how distant they are. Because at some point the noises that they make and the flashes that you see them jumping behind one tree to another seems very distant, but at times it feels like they're incredibly close to you, almost as close enough as for you guys to be able to touch. You really don't know where they are, how close they are, but you do keep moving on, following Halser's whim, just hoping for the best at this point. So Halser, I need you to make another survival check. Alright.
If I wasn't lost, I might be able to help you with that.
Eventually, Halser, just following this feeling that you have deep within you that this is the way, you almost let the forest guide you silently and eerily until you walk, all 5 of you walk for quite a while, being stalked and followed by this pack of owlbears. Eventually, you do stop and look to see a tree in front of you. Halser, you get the sense that this is the tree. You're not entirely sure what is special about this tree, but something within you just says, this is the tree. And as you look up to examine this tree, it seems almost like just like any other tree, except that looking up at its branches, you do see some several berries. Very small berries, weirdly enough. That seems to just be growing on the branches, on the leaves.
I could try to recognize which type of berries they are.
As you try to look at them, it feels odd. You know the berries don't grow on trees. And they...
I have an odd question.
Yes?
I've produced good berries before with a spell. Are these similar?
They do look a little bit similar to good berries, but they still look somewhat different. But you get the sense that it might be some weird sort of good berry. They, unlike berries that are normally some sort of red color, this one seems to be almost like a purplish color. And you pluck one of them from the tree to examine them a little bit closer, and you see that they're this very, very dark purple color. But aside from that, you can't tell anything else.
Well, are the berries placed on the tree?
Come
Are
again?
they placed randomly around the branches, or are they pointing down as if the tree is offering them?
It feels a little bit like the latter. If there's berries all over, but there does seems to be one branch that is kind of reaching down, almost like it's presenting the berries to you.
Halser, might I suggest we not eat them yet? Maybe we'll take them back and see if Zach and or one of the others of us can get some idea of what they might do herbally or alchemically. I mean, before we go eating them.
Yeah, you have a point. If I was alone, I guess at this point I would even try, but it would be very dangerous for the entire team to, be lost there.
To not only be lost, but have to drag your heavy form around.
Yeah, exactly that. It will make things worse for everybody.
Here, I'll hand you an empty pouch and you can fill it with some berries.
Fine. So, I don't know if this tree is sentient. I wish I knew how many berries we should take. I don't want to, look like we're robbing from the tree.
Well, let's just each take one for now and put it in the pouch.
Okay, so I take one and then I apologize to the tree, and I promise I will come back later.
Alright, you say these words as you pluck the berry from the tree, and it feels odd. Because you don't see movement per se, but you blink as you look at the tree, you look down at the berry you just plucked, and when you look back up, the branch that seemed to be hanging low, almost offering this berry to you, seems to be back up, along with all the other branches, but none of you saw it moving, to the point you even wonder if it was down before.
I'll approach it and trying my best to mimic Druidic. I will try and gesture as one would. They were a druid, and reach for one of the branches to see if a berry will be close to my hand, and if so, then I'll take that one.
Ojuk, as you seem to try and talk to the tree in Druidic, you kind of...
I don't know Druidic, so I'm not actually saying anything.
Oh, do you not?
I do not.
Alright. Make a wisdom check. Straight wisdom.
Just a wisdom check.
Yep. As you kind of reach forward your hand, just trying your best to mimic Druidic and hope that this tree understands you to a degree. You look up at the tree and the branch doesn't seem to move in the least. It's still as far away as it was before. But eventually you see something moving up in the tree, and then that thing that moves seems to be approaching you. When it's very close, you notice that it seems to be just a berry that has fallen from one of the branches and falls square into your hand.
I'll take the berry, bow as I step back.
I'm going to walk up to the tree and just place a hand on it, and in Sylvan, say that I apologize for our intrusion, but we want to make sure our moose friend stays safe, and as long as we're in here, we'll try not to do anything to harm the forest, and we'll actually try to help to protect it until we leave. Then I just take my hand away and move back into the group.
Make a charisma check, Rev.
Watch this be the one that I fail.
Alright. You give words and promises to the tree before taking a step back and moving back in with the group, while Nitria keeps watching over for the owlbears that may or may not be close. It's very hard to tell, but as the owlbears that seems to be stalking you, at some point, Nitria, you just notice that you're no longer able to focus on them as you have lost your quarry mark. And then you keep desperately trying to find where they went. You can't find them anymore. As you look around and look, you don't see any movement. They seem to have vanished.
I would relay that to the party and just I think that they gave up the chase?
Maybe. Or maybe there's the off chance we've done something to please the forest. Just maybe. I wish I was able to speak to plants, but I'm a ways off from that.
I can teach you some Sylvan in our downtime.
Is that close to Elvish?
It's Elvish mixed with Fey.
Alright, I'll turn back to the tree, and in Elvish I will say, thank you for whatever blessing this is.
Nothing seems to happen.
Just because I relay his message in Sylvan as well.
Nothing seems to happen. You once again are the five of you just standing there in the middle of the forest. No noise seemingly coming from around you. It's eerily quiet. There's no noise of animals. There's no noise of wind anymore. There's no noise of leaves. Just the very faintest crack and snap of branches way off in the distance. You are surrounded by trees and yet you can't hear them making any noise around you.
Zach, Natria, did you guys want to see if the tree would give you a berry? If you could get a berry from it?
I
I don't understand trees. I'm not sure how well I'm gonna do with asking it for things.
I'm not inclined to ask it for things, but nature will pat the trunk and be like, "Thank you for your generosity."
Yeah. With
With a
spirit.
completely serious face, right? No giggling. Or are
Yeah.
you giggling?
No, she's totally serious about it. But, well, like that kind of hesitant, like, thank you, I think. She doesn't understand the tree.
Hauser, what had you said?
Oh, well, I just say that, when dealing with a spirit, you have to be a bit careful because it's really hard to understand what's going to piss them off.
Like they'll give you a berry 1 second and then drop a rock on you the next.
Yeah, they're just incredibly hard to decipher. They rarely follow people logic.
From what I barely remember of interplanar dealings, that is kind of standard.
And the real question is, if all of us get our berry, is the tree gonna point to, exit from the forest, or he wants to keep us here?
I don't think it wants to keep the four of us here.
A few of you have not gotten berries in the least.
So
Well,
far,
I
only
urge
2.
the party to, get their berry. It's a gift, and it's not wise to refuse a gift.
If it wants to gift one, then sure, but I'm not going to try and force the issue. I'm just happy to have it know that we don't mean any harm.
Well, I can't speak with the tree either, so it's your choice, really.
I guess Zach walks up to the tree, sort of holds his hands out and goes, I guess if you're offering berries, I'll take one. I have no idea what's going on.
Sure, make a charisma check, why not?
-1. No, actually, it's a 0 to charisma. 11 charisma saves the day. And because I'm bored, I will add a 9 to that.
So a 16. Alright, so Zach, you nonchalantly walk up to the tree, just hold out both of your hands and ask a way for the tree to bear its gifts upon you. For a moment, nothing seems to happen until all of you seem to hear just this crack. There's a snap of a branch. But when you look around, you don't see any branches falling. But then, Zach, all of a sudden, as you look up, you just see a hail of berries raining against you. You are pelted by several berries. Hard to say how many. They just kind of seem to fall down from the tree spontaneously and just pelt against you. They don't deal damage per se, but a lot of them just kind of the berries being small, fragile fruits, they just explode and cover you in their juice. And there still, as you open your eyes after being pelted by so many berries, your hand is filled with them. There's a bunch of berries in your hand, about some 10 berries, I would say. And the party, who looks to Zach, notices that the juice from the berries is very weird. The berry is a small purplish fruit, but the juice that flows from the inside is almost completely black, with several dots of white, that just kind of seems to swirl around and form very vague circular spiral patterns, almost starry-like. And as all of you just watch as Zach is completely dripping juice, a leaf seems to just snap away from the branch and kind of just float down towards you, Halser. And this leaf, almost gentlessly, seems to land on top of your muzzle.
I think the tree likes you.
I have quite a lot of samples. Zach, how do you feel? Aside from sticky.
Confused.
Well, do we want to put all these berries together in the pouch and we can experiment with them later? We can watch whatever happens to you.
Yeah, I would say in the safe of maybe very close with the healer, just in case.
Yeah, that might be a wise idea. So do we want to take our berries and head back? Maybe me and Ravaroth, and again in Elvish and Sylvan, should say our thanks to the tree and let it know we're leaving in peace.
Alright, so the two of you just say your your thanks to the tree and start to walk away, pondering which way is away necessarily. As you look around, every single direction you look in this forest feels familiar and also completely strange. You're not sure which way is which.
Maybe if we put Zach in front, we could just follow the stars.
Halser, do you want to keep your leaf?
No, my leaf?
Yes, do you want to keep the leaf that landed on you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Good.
So I say we put Halser in front, and again, just follow him wherever he goes.
Alright?
Yeah, I want to try to see if I can get the same feel for a direction.
So, Halser, make a survival check. As you seemingly just look around, trying to analyze these woods, the path you took, and trying to search your inner self again for that same feeling that you
If
felt.
me and Halser were helping each other, can I try with him?
Not really, no. And you try to search yourself for that same feeling, and once you feel, for the briefest moment, that same intuition come to you, you just pick a direction and go, and you start walking in that direction. And I assume the party follows.
Certainly, we don't want to be left lost in the forest.
Alright. So you walk. And walk. And walk some more. After which point of walking, Ujuk, you once again notice silhouettes and shapes on your surroundings that seems to kinda jump, darting from tree to tree, almost as if they're stalking you, and every time they seem to be a little bit closer, but never close enough for you to really get a look at them and see what they are, but you are awfully aware of that you are being followed. Or stalked again. As you guys keep on following Halser. Do you just keep following him?
Yeah.
Okay. So, Halser, after a moment you start to feel a little bit disoriented, worried, and unsure of where to go. You pause for a moment just to try to know if you're going in the right direction, but at this moment you are absolutely clueless on where you are in relation to anywhere else. Make another survival check. As once again you just look through your team, everyone seems a little bit worried and tired and exhausted from walking aimlessly for so long, and still very anxious from this feeling that you guys are being followed. But once again, you just pick a direction and follow. And you guys follow Halser for what feels like forever. As all of those silhouettes out in the distance, they seem to get closer and closer. And whenever you dare to take a glance backwards to look at them, you do see what appears to be small humanoids completely covered in cloth and leather that quickly vanish behind trees. Once again, you see those big, burly-looking owl bears. And at times, too, you see humanoid creatures that seems to be just hopping around as they follow you. But they also vanish behind trees whenever you try to really get a glance to see what they are.
Doug, just as an idea, if Zach will allow me, I want to check medicine to make sure he's doing all right since he got coated in that juice.
As you look to Zach, he seems to be doing all right. There's nothing wrong with him. And Zach, you yourself feel perfectly fine.
Albeit very sticky, yes.
Yeah, you feel very sticky, but you feel fine.
This might not be the wisest thing I've ever done, but I'm gonna try to put my hand on Zach's head and get some of the juice on my hand.
Fine, you do that.
Oh man, does he have the same thought?
How does it feel, smell?
It feels somewhat viscous. It feels somewhat thick as well. It's just it's fruit juice. It feels a little bit sticky in your hand, and it smells very fruity and sweet and fragrant. But aside from that, it doesn't feel weird in any way. It just feels like you squeezed an orange or a berry or something in your hand.
Just the tip of my pointer finger, I'm gonna lick a bit of the juice off.
Alright. So you pick in just the tiniest smidge of the juice from this fruit, and you taste it, and boy, it tastes marvelous. It tastes like very ripe fruit that's just ready to be eaten. It feels very tasty, very sweet and fragrant, and it feels awesome. And you just taste it in your mouth, just kind of licking around it. It doesn't feel bad at all. It feels like you're just having very, very sugary fruit. That is, until you swallow the juice.
Everything goes downhill when you swallow.
Right? So at the point at which you swallow the juice, you don't feel much, except that the party, all four of you, watch Ojuk just smear his hand on the kobold, then just look around and kind of approach his hand to his face, smell it, and when he licks he licks his finger and starts sort of tasting it, something very odd happens. You feel like somehow Ojuk just completely folds in on himself, just wrapping on air, and you just feel this small shunt as some force is exhaled, and you just feel a little wind pressure pushing you back a little bit. And as you look, Ojuk has completely deapparated and vanished. He's nowhere to be seen.
What?
I mean, Nitra is like shocked. She's like looking around immediately to see if she can spot him anywhere.
And I'm able to see the looks on their faces?
You're not there, Ojuk.
You're not invisible, you're gone.
Oh man. Nitra will try like swiping her hand through where he was.
As you try to feel around Zack and looking at your surroundings, Ojuk seems to be nowhere. And when you look down at his footsteps, that's all that's left of him, his footsteps. And slowly, the ground, packed, the somewhat muddy earth, seems to fill in on itself until the ground is completely smooth and no trace of Ojuk is left. It's almost like he never existed to begin with. All of you look around and Ojuk just isn't there anymore.
Well, time for all of us to eat it and find out where he went.
Yeah, I guess. Never thought that licking kobolds was this dangerous.
So, who wants to lick Zach next?
I mean, that was a joke, but I mean, that could be interesting. Unless we either TPK or we discover a new realm.
Well, the tree seems kind enough, and I don't know.
So, what are you guys doing?
Oh man,
We can't abandon Urjuk.
as a player, I want everyone to taste the berries to see if it took.
As a player, I'm noting I have all the berries with me. The only source of berry juice you guys have is Zach.
We'd all have to lick Zach. Oh man.
Well,
I mean, yeah.
Zach, we'll never speak of this. Happens in the forest, stays in the forest.
What do you guys want to do? As a player, I really want to see what happens if we all lick the juice.
Well, I would have eaten the berry if I was alone, so definitely I'm up for eating it.
Yeah, I imagine you still have the berry you yourself plucked from the tree. I don't believe Ojuk has all of them.
I mean, wasn't there? You said there was like 10 intact from when they all fell on
Zach, yes.
Zach. I mean,
And
Nitro probably
Ojo.
would pick up like 2, but she wasn't. She certainly wasn't planning to eat them while we were in the forest. But I mean,
I leaned down and licked the kobold's horn.
Okay, so you lick the kobold. Reverov, this juice tastes the juice from the berries tastes very sweet, very nice. It's very sugary even. It's like the sweetest juice you ever tasted before. And as you taste it, it just feels amazing and wonderful to taste this juice. And then you swallow, and the three of you once again see almost as if Reverov is folding in on himself and just vanishes in midair.
Nitro will be like, if he's going, she's gonna opt to just eat one of the berries she grabbed.
All right. So Nitro, you just pop one of the berries in your mouth, and you, as you bite into it, it just it crushes and just fills your mouth with this juice that feels very, very sweet, very nice, very good. And you just keep on chewing and tasting the juice, and then you swallow, and you too fold in air and just vanish. And Holzer and Zach, the two of you, are alone in the woods.
Only one thing to do now.
Oh yeah, it's that time. Well, I just give a big lick on Zach.
Alright. Halser, somehow, searching yourself and in your intuition, this somehow just feels right. Like walking in the forest. And as you lick Zach, the kobold, the sweet taste of this berry just fills your mouth. And then eventually you too swallow and fold and vanish, evaporating. And Zach, you are alone in the woods. Zach?
He's stunned into silence from getting licked by multiple people.
Right. I'm actually afraid that Cobalt might have stepped away.
He's typing in Discord.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
no.
Oh.
God dang it.
At least I didn't lick him, but it's funny 2 other people did.
yeah, it's like
Well, you don't know.
kobold kisses.
Maybe the kobold licking was part of the spell.
But Oshuk was the first to disappear, and he didn't lick Zach.
So...
Am I back?
Yes, you are. We can
Yep.
hear you.
Okay, well, Zach's now alone in the forest, with no way to get back out, so if he's going to die one way, let it at least be interesting. And on his own terms. He samples the starry juice that coats his skin.
Alright. So, Zach, you give your scales a lick to taste the juice. And you too feel the same sweet, sugary juice of the berry, making its way down your gullet. And then, it tastes very nice. Until Zach and everyone else who swallowed the juice. It feels good, but then when you swallow it, it seems to stop halfway down your throat. And you feel this weird sensation in your throat as if you're as something is stuck there, and you keep trying to just kind of cough a little bit and try to coax it into keep going down your throat, but as you try, It doesn't seem to be going anywhere, and then that's when you realize you're gonna run out of air. And then when you try to move your hand to your neck just to grab it, your arms moves very sluggishly, and when you look at it and cough a little bit more, you exhale bubbles that just seems to float away. And then that's the first time you look around and all of you notice you're underwater and there's nothing in your throat. You're just starting to slowly drown.
Swim following the bubbles.
All right?
Yeah, follow the bubbles.
Okay.
Follow the bubble brick road.
Yep.
All of you quickly start to swim following the bubbles, and it takes you no more than 2 or 3 hefty swim, whatever they call the movement with your arms. Yeah.
Strokes.
Just a few strokes, and then you break surface of the water. And as you look around, it's a very weird place where you find yourselves in. You are in this very small, cramped pond, and as you look around, there seems to be some sort of purpleness to your surroundings. And then until finally the water that is coating your faces just you manage to wipe it away. And as you look around, everything looks weird. As you look to the sky, it looks very different. It looks like someone picked a rainbow and just started smearing it around. Almost feel like oil puddles in the way that they just shimmer with all colors all at the same time. And as you look...
I have a practical question. If we came through water, is Zach dejuiced?
Yeah, the water around Zach is slightly more reddish, as the juice that was on him is now on the water itself. And as you look around a little bit forwards, you see shore, and you swim towards it. And as you start stepping out of the shore, you look forward, and there seems to be a tree gnarled up and completely leafless. And standing in front of this tree, you see what appears to be a half-elven woman who just looks back at all 5 of you who seem to have come out of this pond with a very weird glance, as if she doesn't recognize any of you.
I guess I'll say hello? Where are we? In Elvish?
Well, and Nitra is going to try to swim, get out of the pond first.
I'm going to say the same thing in Sylvan.
Alright.
I'm gonna say
Not
that
because I'm copying, but because I am seriously wanting to know.
Alright.
And Zach's going to leave the pond and shake himself off like a dog.
So, as all of you start swimming towards the pond and getting out of the water, Halser, weirdly enough, you notice that as Ravroff is speaking that same tree language he was talking before, this language that seems to call Sylvan, whereas before you didn't understand, now you seem to be able to. Whenever Ravroff speaks in Sylvan or Ojuk speaks in Elvish, you seem to be able to understand what they're saying. And you think for a moment you don't remember ever learning this language, and yet now you know it. And this woman that is near the gnarled tree, she looks at the 5 of you and says, "Oh, I wasn't expecting company. In fact, there wasn't to be any company. Well, forgive my manners, but I don't very much care for surprises. My minions, dispose of them." And all
No
5
good
of you
person ever has minions.
find yourselves in this very odd looking land. Apparently being attacked by someone.
What is the appearance of these little, I think I'm gonna call out in Goblin Peace.
These small creatures in the front, they are very short creatures, holding daggers, and they're covered in cloth and leathers. You do see that they have hooved feet, almost like the satyrs in the back, but they have this very kind of pointy nose. They almost look like goblins, but not quite, because when you say that, Ujuk, they don't seem to react in any way. But regardless, this lady in front, she just looks at you, Halster, and says, "Oh, and you're the one. Well then, if you're the one they're looking for, I'll show them how my powers are stronger than yours." And you see the branches and leaves that are just sprawled around the ground, Halser. They start to kind of gain life, and they start piling up on one another, and then they slowly start taking form. As first you see legs being built, and then a big bulky torso, and then arms, and a face that looks eerily like your own. As all of you see what appears to be a replica of Halser appearing and made out of wood and leaves. And when he does, everyone gets to roll for initiative.
This is great. This won't end badly.
This was not what Zach had planned for today.
Okay, so between Ojuk and myself, who goes first?
I think players just decide.
Which...
I have simple actions I'm planning, so why don't I let you go first?
Okay.
Just a second, I'm rolling initiative for everyone.
There's only 8 people to roll initiative for, it's fine.
Yeah. Alright. And these boys here in the back, they also get their own initiatives. Alright. So everyone has rolled for their initiatives. You see now the battlefield in front of you. Some of you guys are still shook from walking out of water and seeing all these creatures in front of you, completely unsure of what even is going on, but yet they all seem hostile, except that they don't really. Everyone seems to have this look in their faces as if they look kind of conflicted. But it's not like you can even tell it with your super high insight. So this creature over here, as soon as I can find its character sheet, is going to... it seems to move over here. Oh, nice. Dope. Good to know. Yeah, it moves over there, and that... Its turn. It seems to get ready in case any of you guys move within range. Next up is Ravrov.
Okay. She is within range, so we are not, unfortunately, Hexblade is cursing her, but we can still hit her with this.
Alright. So, Rav, from all the way over in the back, you just extend your hand and a beam of eldritch energy just flies across the battlefield and hits her square in the chest. And she suffers 8 points of force damage. Are you doing anything else?
No, not this turn.
Alright. So... Next up is Ojuk.
I will move here, and I will start readying a flask to do something with it.
Okay, you pull out a
let's
flask.
I will also Hunter's Mark the false halser made of...
The falser?
Yes, the falser. And that is my turn.
Okay, you just move over there. Are you readying any actions?
As my action, I am readying a flask, so it's lit and could be thrown or launched.
Okay. So that's your turn. Next up, from all the way over in the back, this guy here, Satyr number 2, he looks at all of you and notices that you're trying to do something, Ojuk, and is going to pull out a short bow and try to lose an arrow against you. And he misses, as the arrow just flies wild and misses you completely. Those of you who are further in the back, as you see the arrow just flying past Ojuk and going out into the nothingness, you do notice that the arrow seems to just go and go, and as you look back, there's nothing back there. There's just empty void. And air, seemingly.
That's existentially terrifying.
And that's the creature's turn. So, Halser, you're up next. What are you doing?
Okay, I'm going to use my bonus action to enter in rage. And then I move and attack.
Alright. So, before you get to attack, as soon as you enter the creature's range, it attacks you because it had ready an action. And it hits you with a critical hit, dealing 7 points of damage, which is halved to 3.
That's a hefty critical right there.
Yeah, 3 whole points of damage. So now you get to attack, Hauser.
I'm going to use a reckless attack, so I get advantage in it.
Okay. Right, that hits, dealing 9 points of damage to the creature. As you hit it in a very hefty swing of your great axe, the creature lets out a very loud yelp of pain, and you see that the creature is bloodied. You're not doing very well.
Okay, and that's it for my turn.
Okay. So this satyr here from the back is seeing you approaching. It's gonna lose an arrow against you, and I suppose he has advantage on you. Because you just reckless
Yes.
looked.
That's the drawback to reckless.
And as the arrow flies in your direction, Halser, you just manage to somehow in mid-air you just swing your axe, and it just and it hits the blade of your axe, and the arrow just splinters, completely missing you. And the creature stays back. So Nitria, what are you doing?
Well, to start, she is just in range to quarry mark our warlock friend in the back. So she's going to do that for bonus action.
All right.
And she is going to scooch up right over here. And I'm thinking we should go non-lethal if we're sensing hesitation here. Yeah, I'm going to go non-lethal.
All right, you go and bonk this creature in the head with the
back end of the blade.
Yeah, with the pommel, and as you do so, the creature is still very harrowed from having just been slashed at by Halser, and when it looks at you, Nitria, and gets bonked in the head, it just collapses, falling unconscious.
Bonk, bonk.
There is no unconscious marker, so I'm gonna put the X, but it's actually alive. Just unconscious. And are you doing anything else?
I think that's all I can do.
Alright.
No.
This other one from all the way over there is going to start moving towards the two of you, Halser and Nitria. Actually, no, never mind. It's going to move towards Urjuk. And that's its turn as it tries to ready some sort of action. The other one is going to move towards you, Nitria, and try and attack you.
Which one?
Number one here, on the bottom.
I'm not seeing one next.
Oh, roll 20. Why are you so naughty? Why are you not updating icons? It's gonna this one here.
Oh, okay.
Wow, it really hacked up my
Yeah.
icons.
Nah, I'll just bide. I'm not gonna quick step that one.
Okay. Right, it moves over there. Apparently, this other browser hacked up, and is going to attack you. If yeah, normal. So where is it? I believe it hits with a 17.
Yeah.
Alright, it deals 6 points of damage.
Okay.
And that's its turn. Next up is the other Halser. Once again, you hear for the second time this loud noise that seems to be coming from it. This rage noise that you have seen Halser do whenever he gets into his frenzied mode. But this one sounds less like Halser and sounds odd, as you just see this very loud noise coming from him as he rages as a bonus action. I have no markers for rage, so I'm just going to throw in this purple thing. And then he uses his movement to approach... Boy, I don't know Halser's movement speed. It's 35.
It's 35.
He's going to use his movement to approach Nitria.
Yep.
And only one within range. And when he gets to you, you notice that his mouth that is open and making all this noise, and you notice that it seems to be some sort of a lot of wasps that are just flying around and making a very loud buzzing.
Yeah.
That's not horrifying.
That's terrifying.
And it tries to attack you with its own great axe made of...
Yeah, that's what I was saving quick step for.
All right.
So.
And as it tries to attack you, it has disadvantage. I'm rolling using your sheet, Halser. So it misses.
And it misses.
And it then just stands there looking at you. You see this heaving of its chest as it just keeps making this angry buzzing sound from its mouth. And whatever this thing is, it's dangerously terrifying. And it looks just like Halser. Next up is the lady in the back. And she just looks at all of you with a wicked grin and just saying, "Oh, why don't you all just die?" As she extends both her hands, looking at the entirety of the party, and is going to release an Eldritch Blast. According to the monster sheet, this is going to be a 4 blasts, 4 beams rather.
Wait, what?
Yeah. 1 hitting Ojuk, 1 hitting Ravrov, and 1 hitting Halser, and 1 hitting Nitria. So that's gonna be 4 attacks. Holy shit.
17th level Warlock, let's go.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, you're right. It's not 4, it's only 3. Thank you for the reminder. So...
11th level, that's not as bad.
So Ravrov,
No.
Halser, and Nitria. So that's going to be... Damn, I have to make the attack roll myself.
But
Ojuk, that's a 20 to hit. Which hits.
Yeah, that definitely hits.
So Ojuk, this ray just goes at you and deals 7 points of force damage.
There goes my temporary hit points. Poof.
Ravrov, way in the back. She loses a blast of Eldritch energy against you, and it misses with a 12. Huh. Your AC is very high. Okay. Nitria, she attacks you. And that's holy shit, what did I roll? Natural 19.
at least not natural 20.
Yeah. Yeah, she hits you. Unfortunately, the quarry mark doesn't help you with that.
Oh, actually, it may. It gives me a plus. Oh yeah, cause yeah, never mind.
Yeah, she needs to roll at least a 17 to hit you.
Yeah.
But she did. She rolled a 25. And hit you for 10 points of force damage.
Ugh.
Well, it's still less than the fake Ulcer.
Yeah, no, I'm still glad I dodged out of that.
And she just stands there looking at all 5 of you, pondering what her next move is gonna be. Next up is the satyr here in the back. It's going to lose an arrow against Ojuk. And misses. No, never mind. He hits with a 15. So Ojuk, you suffer 7 points of piercing damage. And that's their turn. Lastly, Zach.
Well, I'm going to get out of the water. And then I will magic missile the Warlock.
Alright, go for it.
Okay, so that's 9 damage.
Alright, she suffers 9 points of damage. And that's it for your turn?
As a bonus action, I'll do my weapon enhancement on myself. And
Alright.
be all lightning-y again.
Okay. You do notice, however, weirdly enough, that as you cast Magic Missile, it doesn't seem to go awry or anything. It seems like whatever influence the previous place where you were had on magic, this place doesn't seem to share that. The magic works normally.
Well, it certainly didn't look like we were in a forest, so...
Is that it for your turn?
Yeah.
Alright, next up is Revrov.
Okay. Because Roll20's measurements are weird, it says I can move here with 30 feet.
Yep.
And be within 90 feet of her.
Yeah. Actually, it's weird because it's counting diagonal steps in a different way.
Yeah. That's what I was seeing. It's weird because if I'm here, it's 90 feet. But if I'm here, it's... 60 feet. But if I'm here, it's 65 feet.
Yeah. Go figure.
So... Anyway... I am going to move here. And then I say to the book, how would you like to chew on a Fae? And boom.
Alright.
Why is that DC 10? That seems off.
Yeah, you have to adjust that on your spells to use your...
Anyway, it's a DC... Yeah, it's a DC 14.
Alright, Wisdom saving throw coming right up. Oh, look at that, they're proficient.
Oh no.
Fails with a 13.
Nice.
So she suffers 5 points of damage, and what else happens?
On a failed save,
Oh,
you
yeah. You can't become hidden or invisible.
always know the target's location.
Cool.
They cannot hide until the spell is over.
Alright. Is that, what, the concentration? How long does that last?
That is a... It doesn't... That is a concentration for up to a minute.
Alright.
Or sorry, up to an hour.
Okay, you are concentrating on that spell. And that's it for your turn, I believe?
I have no bonus actions that I can use at the moment, so yes.
Alright, Ojuk.
I'm gonna move down in front of Ravroth. I'm gonna use my bonus action to move my Hunter's Mark to the Fey Warlock lady, and I'm gonna let this sling with the flask lit in it go flying at her.
Oh no.
Oh yes.
Alright, make your attack roll. As I look up again, oil flask, just see what the hell it does.
Yes.
Some added fire damage for a while.
Necrotic Doom.
Oh boy. That hits. Roll for damage. Nice. 12 points of damage Only on your...
I should have gotten both Hunter's Mark and Colossus Slayer because she's already taken damage.
You should, yes.
So I need to roll a couple extra dice.
Ooh, boy. That's extra 9 points of damage. Plus the damage from the oil flask, which is 5 points of damage per round for 2 rounds, plus an additional for every damage they take, so they instantly take 15 extra points of damage, which, by golly, is more than enough to fucking kill her. She goes out in a fiery blast.
Wow.
Good.
Overpowered magic items.
So Juk, you just spin this sling in your hand, and as you release it, all of you see that very odd whistle of the flail of the orb just flying around as it condenses all of its energy, and as it lands on the woman, on the half-elf, it just explodes that same black fire that seems to fully consume her. And she just lets out a very loud, baleful scream as she collapses and falls into the ground, still burning. And you just see as the fire loses its blackened property and goes back to burning with a somewhat green tint. And she's down on the floor, and both Ujuk and Nitri feel like your quarry is dead.
And I
I
no longer
can still move
have
it.
anything to concentrate on.
Yep. All of you guys are released from your concentration and from your hunter's marks and such.
Well, we can switch them still, right?
Yeah,
If
they
the
can be
thing
switched off
attack-
of her.
Yeah, you still have
I
one
think they
turn.
last a minute or something like that.
Sure, she's dead. So that's your turn, Ujuk, I believe.
Yep.
Alright, next up is the satyr. As soon as she dies, all other creatures, they just seem to take some sort of psychic feedback, and all of them just start groaning and holding their heads, and they don't seem to be able to do anything. So for the round, they are considered to be stunned / paralyzed. So Holzer, what are you doing?
All the murder.
So, first thing I'm gonna ask for a rule question, because I entered Rage, but I forgot to declare Frenzy. So, if it's okay, I can start Frenzy now, or I re-enter Rage in this round and I start Frenzying.
Yeah, you could have done that the previous round. It's alright.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay,
I mean,
so I
you
consider
can't-
myself in Frenzy.
You can't use the benefit of frenzy in the first round anyway.
Yeah, I know, but, to be a rule Nazi, I asked.
Yeah, that's fair.
I stand corrected. Hunter's Mark is 1 hour. Quarry Mark is probably the same.
Quarry Mark basically falls out. If I don't switch it right away, it'll go away at the end of the next round.
So yeah, you went into a friend's Holzer. So what are you doing?
Yes, I went to friends, so I'm gonna use an attack and then my bonus attack as the second attack.
Nice.
And for the first one, I'm gonna use Reckless.
Okay, so you have advantage and +2 on both attacks.
And reckless applies for all your attacks, so...
Oh boy.
Yes.
So this is the
Feels
first
good,
one.
man.
Yes, that is the first one. I'm doing calculations. 25 plus 27 divided by 2. That's
And
Nice.
the second one.
What is with you rolling max damage?
oh boy.
Ouch.
Let me do
Yeah,
math.
thanks, power.
Okay, that's 45 points of damage halved to 22 on Falser. As both attacks hit. Actually, roll attack again because you do have advantage on your second attack. Who knows, maybe a crit. Because Reckless
Again.
Works for your whole round. Just roll one more attack. No, it's not a crit, but still. That's a lot of damage on Falser.
Yeah.
And that's movement, 2 attacks, that's the end of your turn. Next up
Yes, that's it.
is Nitria.
Nitria will switch her quarry mark to Falser,
Okay.
and she will Katana. I don't think that hits.
14 does not hit, because Halser just took a level up and he's tankier.
I can use my playing card, so add an 8 to that.
Okay, then it hits with a 22.
That's another 5 damage, I guess. And Nitria is going to be moderately smart and just back away from the Falser a little. Cause the one below her, the Falser, is stunned, right? So it can't opportunity attack me.
Yeah, they're
Okay.
stunned.
Yeah, she's just gonna back herself up a little.
Okay, fair enough. Their turns are stunned. Now it's Falser. Falser. Frenzied and enraged as it is, it's going to go ahead and try to grapple you. So Halser, make an athletics check. Ugh.
With advantage because
Oh yeah,
everyone's angry.
everyone is angry. Okay, you make it. The creature tries to grapple at you, but you manage to just anger it and just release yourself from the grapple. And as it takes a couple steps back, a little bit dizzied by your from you breaking free from the grapple, it just picks its great axe and then takes a sling at you. It's great axe made of wood and such. And why not? It's gonna be reckless against you. Who knows? It hits and you suffer 4 points of damage, Halser.
Okay.
Huh. No, never mind. Scratch that. You don't take that damage. Because it can't reckless on only one attack, and the grapple was an attack, so it was a 14 to hit, which misses.
Okay.
So never mind. Right, it does nothing worthwhile or productive for this turn. So Zach, you're up.
Okay, Zach is now horribly perplexed. And can't actually get into melee. So he's just gonna run forward and and he is going to fire a mud ball at Falser.
Alright. So he makes a saving throw, I believe.
I know it's an attack.
Oh yeah.
Boop,
That hits.
boop. Ignore the bonus damage. Just 4. And he's
Alright.
blind.
That's actually 2. But it's blind. Oh no. It's gonna get fucked up so bad. And that's your turn, I believe.
Yeah.
Next up is Revrov.
Oh, since we actually waited, it looks like Roll20 is freezing up on me. Give me a second.
All right.
There we go. So, it looks like they're handling fake Hauser down there, and our Fey Warlock is gone. Roleplay wise, did it feel like I got anything out of mind spiking that Warlock?
You do, yes. You heard whisperings that you heard a very soft cry and an image on your head of a small you get a little bit of a flashback, Ravrov, as you see this woman, this half-elf lady, bringing a small rabbit folk girl here into these woods in front of this tree and sacrificing it in a ritual similar to the ones you killed a few nights ago, capturing her soul and offering it. And as it did, yet another clump of leaves from this tree fell. And as the trees fell to the ground, she just extended both her hands, and the trees started to wither immediately, and she sucked in the energy from those, from the leaves and from the tree itself.
Well, I'm going to tell these creatures around us, your master's dead. If you don't want to end up like her, then don't fight us. And I am not going to waste a mind spike on a mindless being, and I will... how close is it? 30 feet. Okay, I will... Hexblade's Curse. Falser.
Alright.
And then I... Eldritch Blast him.
Alright. For 4
Damn,
points.
one away from a crit.
Right. Right. That damage is not halved. It takes the full 4 points of damage. And that's your turn, I believe.
Yep.
Okay. Next.
Unless you want to make me, or have me make a persuasion roll to get these guys to stop messing with us.
Nah. As soon as you say that, all of them who kind of start to wake from their daze, they notice everything and they start to back away immediately. And sorry, it is using Hauser's HP and it is bloodied. I forgot about that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That's your turn. Ojuk.
I will move here. I will move my hunter's mark from the dead witch to Falser, and I'm just going to hit him with a regular necrotic energy bolt from me sling.
You have advantage on this attack.
Awesome.
Because he's blinded.
Try not to nuke everyone.
That hits.
And my other stuff didn't roll again.
Roll for damage.
There it was.
Alright, that's 4 points of bludgeoning halved to 2. 4 of necrotic. And that 12 is what? Hunter's mark?
That would be bludgeoning. It's the same as the base damage.
So that's a total
Yeah.
of 6 points of damage, alright? Nice.
16 points of bludgeoning halved is 8, and then so
Yep.
it's 10 damage in total.
I already got it. So, that's it for your turn, right?
Yep.
Okay. Lastly, Halser. You're up.
Fine, I'm gonna start just by attacking with Reckless.
Okay, go
You
for
don't
it.
have to.
Yeah, it's...
Alright, it's blinded, so
yeah, it's
I
blinded.
have advantage on both attacks.
Yes, by default you already have it.
Because of the blindness.
Yes, this is how we take out ogres.
I have an odd question for
Giants.
everyone's knowledge. The first creature to fall has been dead 2 rounds? Or unconscious? No, he's unconscious. Okay,
Yeah.
he's just
Yeah.
unconscious.
Halser, as you see this fake Halser in front of you, this copy, this imitation, you look at it with disgust as you pull back with your axe and slash at it, and as you do, chopping it, shredding this otherworldly version of you to pieces, and as you do, you see all of the wasps. They fly out of every single hole that they can find and just start dispersing into the ether. But as they fly away, they seem to just poof out of existence. As you finish beating Falser into a pulp, and as you pull back your axe, it's a complete smear of just branches and leaves in the ground, and to the point where you couldn't even recognize what it used to be before. But as you look at it again, it's definitely not moving. You have finished off your other self because it only had 4 hit points left.
Oh wow. So that's it for my turn.
All right, that's it for the combat.
Oh yeah.
If Halser will pick up the guy on the floor and hold him for a moment, I'm gonna cast a healing thing on him. See if I'm close enough.
Fine, I'm gonna hold it.
And I will walk up to there. I think I have enough movement.
No, sure, you're not in combat order anymore. As you try to approach the creature, the felled creature, all the other beings in here, the satyrs and the other small ones, they just shy away. All of them just run away and start hiding from you guys behind the tree.
Ignore the marks. It's just 8 points of healing.
Gotcha. But you heal this one creature that is in your grasp. It seems to come back to life with a loud gasp as it just notices everything that's going on, and it sees that it's being held in place by you two. By the way, this is a small creature, so it's fairly easy for you, Halser, to just hold it in place. And it's awake now, and it just looks around desperate.
I'm gonna give him a second healing since he's awake.
Sure.
Because I don't speak Sylvan, only Elvish, and I don't know if this thing speaks Elvish.
We can understand all languages here.
Not all of you, only Halser.
Oh, only Halser?
Yeah.
Okay.
Fine then I'm gonna be the one doing the asking.
Sure. As you're holding the creature, that Ujuk goes and heals up to full health, by the way. It seems very confused about what's going on. So, Halser, what do you ask?
Well, fine, speak to me. I want to understand, what is this place? Who was that warlock?
The creature just looks around to all of you guys, and it starts speaking, and it is speaking in Elvish. For just for the briefest moment, as he points at the warlock and says, Ivana, she's horrible. She She enslaved us. She enslaved our minds. We were just waiting, tending to the tree, hoping for the one to come. And she came, and we thought she was the one, but she wasn't. She's just an usurper. And then...
So you are tending this tree or the tree on the other side?
And then he seems to calm down a little bit and starts talking Sylvan. To those of you who understand. On this side and on the other side as well, yes. We tend to this tree and to this place. We're the last of our kind in here. And we're waiting for the one to come.
Well, I guess we came. So I actually lift him and let him go. I no longer grab him.
Alright. As soon as you let go of him, he just takes several steps away, looks at all 5 of you for a moment as all the other creatures are still somewhat shying away, but they slowly start just taking a few steps closer to, now that they're free mentally, they start picking all the leaves from the ground around the tree and sort of just bringing it back, pressing the leaves against the trunk of the tree, and you see all of them making some sort of prayer in Sylvan, pretty much asking the tree to return to them and that everything will be alright now, and pretty much trying to soothe the tree. And all the creatures just look at you. Actually, this one creature that you let go looks at you and says, "Oh, thank you, strangers, for saving us. We don't know how to repay you, but we're very thankful."
Well, there is a way you can repay me, at least. Are you servant of the spirit of the forest here?
Come again?
Are you servants of the spirit then? Are you like the guardians of the forest outside?
We just serve the tree. The tree is the guardian, and we just serve it.
Then I'd love to ask something of your spirit tree.
Yes, ask away.
I need to know how many leaves are in this forest.
They all look at one another for a moment, and then they look back at you, Halser. How many leaves are here? And then all of them kind of look at one another, and one of them seems to... One of the satyrs, he kind of stands up, looks at you, Halser, and say, You have one of the leaves?
Oh, yes, this was gifted from your tree.
And Halser, when you pull out the leaf to look at it, you notice that whereas before there seems to be some markings on the leaf that you couldn't understand at all. Now that you're here, you understand these markings. It seems to be some sort of message. And it just seems to say, "We're worth 1,000. And as you look at this leaf and this message that's in it and try to ponder for a moment, you hear a voice, a booming voice that seems to be coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. And as soon as this voice starts talking, all the creatures, they just immediately just kind of throw themselves into the ground in some sort of prostrate worshipping position, everyone directed towards the tree.
I will copy them. I will do exactly the same thing in this instance.
Alright.
Zack prostrates himself to the looting.
Okay. And the tree, everyone hear its booming voice. But it seems like its speech is directed at someone specifically. Halser. You get the sense that the tree is talking to you. As it says,
Yes?
"What seekest thou is deep within this realm. Thy strength is lacking, and thine willpower is insufficient to buckler thy mind from what thee shall face. Return at which hour thee hast acquired more wisdom, not here. Then of this exist." And when it says that, the leaf that you have in your hand, it seems to glow a little bit, and you see like all the damage and the wrinkle that it had starts to revitalize and heal. And the leaf in your hand looks brand new, almost like it's a spring leaf. "Then of this exist. Thee shall find it more within. Once thee hast all, thy journey shall be complete."
I see. It's never easy, I guess.
And as soon as the booming voice of the tree fades, all of the creatures look straight at you, Halser. And they start pointing their fingers towards you. "You're the one." And they just echo one another, just pointing at you and saying, "You're the one, you're the one, you're the one. You're the one we've been waiting for."
I'm just a moose, guys. I don't know what you're speaking about.
And yet, they seem very sincere and honest about what they're saying. And you pretty much don't get anything else from them. They just seem very starstruck by seeing you, apparently the one that they have been waiting for. Meanwhile, what is the rest of the party doing? What shenanigans are you guys up to?
We're
Looting?
Nitra's looking for books and notes and stuff.
Alright.
Yeah, we're trying to strip this body down.
Unfortunately, she burned to a crisp. So
No.
there's not
Nothing
much.
on her at all.
It's not much to recover, but you guys do pull out a crystal.
Hold it.
I would like one of the four of you to roll d20, whoever wants to roll for it. Zach, you rolled a 7. So as you pull out this crystal and look at it, it feels very similar to the Nephelium and the Shadolium that you held before, but this one, there seems to be just... sorry, it's not a crystal per se, but the previous one were. You feel this trinket has the same innate, mysterious energy as the other relics had. This one that you pull out is a dragon's claw that is smeared with crimson blood. But as you try to wipe it away, it doesn't seem to come off, and it seems almost like it's varnished in this blood.
Well then.
This may certainly sound weird to everybody else, but I'm going to put down my robe and put all of her bones and any other pieces I can find in it, because I am certainly planning on removing her body from this place.
And Zach, you can note down that that's a F7 in your inventory.
You're gonna have a fight with Ravroff if you do that.
Nope. It's mine.
No, I'm not talking about the claw, I'm talking about the body.
I don't
Okay.
think we should leave her here. I really don't. Look at the damage she's done to this place.
She's been absorbing the tree's life force. I think the best way to give it back would be to let it take it back from her.
But the other tree's stronger if we left it there. She can't damage it, and she should still return to the forest. Her energies as well.
Maybe we should ask the guardians here.
Yeah, I can actually repeat.
Oh, yeah, the tree can talk. Nitria will turn to the tree and be like, what do you want us to do with the body of this lady?
So, Nitria, as you shout out to the tree, it seems to offer no response. And when you look back towards Halser, he's being surrounded by satyrs and these little small creatures that are just kind of very obsessed is not quite the word, but they're
Infatuated.
yeah, they're in awe of Halser. And then they finally seem to realize that there's more than just him, and they look at the rest of you, and they say, "It might take a while, maybe some days, but we can try and restore the energy from her bones, from her soul back into the wood, into the tree. It might take a while, though."
I mean,
So we
seems
bury
like
the
they're
bones
fine
here.
with it being here.
"You can leave it here. We'll tend to it. We'll perform a ritual."
Yeah, we can
Alright.
ask them.
I'll stop trying to move all the bones.
At that
Just
point,
let them
though, I
move
do
around.
ask them, would it be too upsetting if we took the head?
You want just the skull.
I want the
Alas,
skull.
poor witch lady. I did not know her well.
I'm fine with that. I would like them to move the bones to be somewhere like behind the tree and not a place of honor. I'm certain she put herself in a place of honor.
Of course.
The
That's
more
why I was thinking of chopping her up and burying her, honestly, but
Well, she's kind of burned up completely.
To shreds, you say?
The more pieces of her we have, the easier it will be to complete the ritual. So if you could leave all pieces behind, that would be better.
can I come back for the skull when you're done with it? Because we have more of these people on our side, and I want it as evidence that stuff is going down.
As you say that, they turn to you, Halser, and says, "Can they do that?"
Well, I'm gonna try asking it to the tree itself. See, try to obey its will.
Uh,
We're still in its realm, after all.
Well, how long would their ceremony take? I wouldn't mind staying for it. This is a safe place to rest. I assume.
Also, we presently don't know how to leave.
Yeah,
I
there's
just
that.
kind of assume that we eat more berries.
as you ask, try and ask that, the guardian seems to defer to Halser on whether or not you can or cannot do things. They seem to think like he seems to be the envoy for the tree itself now. And you get the
And
sense that the tree speaking is such a rare occurrence. It doesn't happen often.
Well, guys, is really that important that we get that skull? I mean, I wasn't there when your questing began.
Well, I mean, this lady plus the body we have from the first summoner, or whatever he was,
The dragon-born person.
adds up to more stuff that can be used magically to track down the others.
I see. Well, then we can take the bone for now, and then we'll bring it back for the final burial.
I would ask that she be buried, at least head and body, separately.
Well,
Yeah, that also seems a good one.
how would having the skull help us find others? As far as I know, magics that could help us find things work with possessions of theirs too, and we have that
Yeah,
thing
except this
we got
well,
off of her.
The crystal might contain something in, like the sling. We could see if we could make something of the crystal that way. But I think there's something to do with, I don't know the arcane, so correct me if I'm wrong, Ravaroth, but is there any arcane way to track other magicians, sorcerers, warlocks with a skull?
The main thing that I'm thinking is that with it being tainted by the same magic, it could help us point towards other sources of said magic.
Oh, like
And
detecting the magic, like detecting the magic in it, and then using detect magic somewhere else to see if we can find the same.
Yeah.
From what I know, the magic in the skull is the tree's magic, which is why they want us to leave it there.
Some of it.
That's why I'm saying we might leave the skull here for them to perform the ritual, and then we can take what's left and add it to the collection of what we have, and the guild should be able to help find more of this demonic bullshittery that's going on.
Well, that's what I was thinking. If we stay with them for how many ever days it takes, they could perform the ritual, and that would remove the tree's energy from it and just leave whatever energies she was working with.
I think that sounds good.
Yeah,
And then I'm assuming we all look at Halser and wait for him to make a decision.
Well, I agree then. We let them work on the bones and the rest of the tree, and then I guess I will ask the tree to send us home.
All the creatures around you, they just look at you and says, "Oh, that's not how you return home. You return home from where you came." And they all point to the pond behind you guys.
Well, I guess we go for a swim when we're done here.
Alright.
Yeah. For a moment, I thought we had to lick the kobold again.
And all the juice washed off him. It's not juicy anymore.
I'm kind of curious what happens if we eat a berry while we're here.
Do you really want to find out?
I wouldn't.
I won't try, but I want to know so bad.
Magical exponents. Where will it end?
Science!
Magical science, the most dangerous kind. So,
Most explosive kind.
what are you guys doing?
I guess we're gonna rest, take a long rest to begin with while we wait and see what they're doing.
Yeah, I agree. We rest here, we let them finish the ritual, and then we swim back home.
Alright. As you point out that idea, one of the creatures seems to approach you and say, "I don't know if that is a wise idea. Sometimes time flows different from this realm to the realm you call home."
Then we really cannot stay here for long.
What language are they speaking?
But imagine what it
Sylvan.
would do to Doug. Imagine what he would have to do if we just chilled in here for a month, and then we aren't even on the same timeline as everyone else anymore.
The neat question would be: does it go faster or slower in here?
I think it's random.
Yeah, it shifts. If this is Feywild, which I'm assuming it is, considering the creatures here.
And then Dak begins his post-apocalyptic campaign.
Suddenly, so what
The
are you
scavengers of Nolyn.
what are you guys doing?
Look, we have a bag of magic fruit. We can come back whenever we want.
Yeah, let's
True.
take the skull and promise to return it within X amount of time.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were leaving it for now
Yeah.
and returning to pick it up later.
Yeah,
Or
that's
we can
what
do
I was
that.
thinking.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, let's leave the skull and then come back for it later.
I mean, if we're just going to end up collecting more of these things, we can wait until we have more and then fetch that if we need to.
Yeah.
Andrea's
Fair.
like, it's okay, we could go kill something else and get you another skull.
So I guess we're
Fine,
going
dear, we have-
swimming now.
We have Skull at home.
So, as all 5 of you approach again the pond, it fills your heart with dread a little bit because you can see that just a few feet, no more than 30 feet away from the start of the pond, you can see nothingness. It's just void. Now that you're no longer concentrating in battle so much and you look around, you can see that this seems to be an island floating, seemingly. And as you look into the distance, you can see what appears to be very blurred islands as well into the distance, but it's very hard to say for sure. But you get the sense that this might be one island within many, if that is even how this place works, whatever you guys are. And looking down at the pond, you can see that the water here is the deepest it goes, but after a certain depth, you can't see past it anymore, and you wonder if you are indeed on an island. Just how far down it goes, and what will happen if you take a swim.
I'm gonna go to the shallower part at the edge here, look around, waiting for the party to decide what they're gonna do.
Oh,
And if all the party approaches, I'll just dive in to try to swim to the deepest section.
Alright?
Yeah, I close the eyes and I dive in too.
do you think we should wait and see if they make it? If they, like, float up after a bit?
That's my
Well,
plan.
The way I figure it is either I'm stuck here or I'm dead and part of a Lich's soul collection. So either
I
way,
had
I'm
that
kind of
exact
stuck.
same thought about 10 minutes ago.
And I jump in.
Alright. So as all 3 of them just dive into the pool and start swimming down, Nitri and Zach, as you guys stay behind to watch a little bit, you just see that they just start swimming down, and eventually you can no longer see them.
Bubbles. Is there any bubbles coming up after we lose sight of them?
Bubbles do come up for a moment, but as soon as you lose sight of them, the bubbles seem to stop coming.
Checks out.
Okay, seems fine.
Zach dives in.
Yeah, Nitro will too.
Alright, so the 2 of you will go and swim in as well. So all of you start swimming for a little bit, and you feel that it's very easy to swim in this pond, and then you start swimming further down, trying to reach something, until you seem to feel like the water around you seemingly becomes denser and harder to swim, and then it takes a weird shift as you just do one stroke and suddenly the water is all denser. You look back and you see nothing per se. You just are in the middle of a body of water. Then you keep swimming now, swimming far down as far down as you believe you can go before deciding you're gonna run out of air, and then you start swimming up and up and trying to reach the surface. And when you all reach the surface and break it, you see that you are in a pond again, but this time this pond is very different looking because the sky looks the same as the sky you guys are used to. And when you look around, there are trees everywhere. But almost all sides, the trees just keep growing denser and denser until it darkens. But to one side, as you look, you can see that the trees eventually they thin out and stop. And you just see the sunlight on the other side. As you notice, you're probably back in the material plane. Very close to the edge of the forest even.
Well, time to head back. We got you a leaf. That was good.
That was a wonderful leaf. A leaf I've been searching for 10 years.
You've been looking for a specific leaf? What does it do?
Did we all have a religious or spiritual experience?
I was covered in berries and then people licked me. I did not have a religious experience. I hope.
Well, I licked a kobold, I got high, and then I had a life-revealing experience. And I guess that's it for a day.
Do we want to take the crystal back and see if we can get answers about it?
I'm up for that. Curious.
Magical items, yeah.
Sure.
Trade it for the belt of giant strength.
Yeah,
Depends
rather
on
than
what it is.
well, that too, but yes.
So, all 5 of you get out of the pond, still dripping water, and you walk for just a moment, and a very short, brisk walk later, you're breaching the edge of the forest, and you're back into the western side of the Aldhelm forest. Close, very close indeed to where you had entered the forest to begin with. And you think for a moment you'd walked way, way, way more to reach the tree in the middle of the forest, and yet the trip back seems to have been much shorter. But you dismiss the thought and start walking, making your way back towards the city of redemption, thinking for a moment that whatever just happened, it definitely feels very different from everything else you guys have been up to. And you ponder
That forest has holes in it.
And you ponder through a moment what that other place is and what Hauser's connection to that is. And what are those cultists doing? You seem to remember when you were looking through the journal of a person whose name I have written down here, Rilcall, the Dragonborn, that they seem to be opening portals to other places and sacrificing people to entities in there. And you imagine that warlock that you just fought, Ivana, maybe she also was doing sacrifices to some entity that lives in that plane, and you shudder to think what it might be, and if you may or may not have to face it in the future. If you are to save exiles, after all. And that is where we're gonna end today's game, everyone. We have a trip to the Feywild.
Hell
Turning
yeah.
some woman into blackened bones.
Right? So evil, you guys. But yeah, congratulations, you guys. You survived the Feywild encounter.
So, since originally we were going up against a level 17 warlock, do we get to level up?
No. Heck no, you do not. It was not a level 17, it was a level 11 all along.
I'm
But
still
that was-
amazed that with that many enemies on the board, we only had to knock one down and kill two and complete that.
Yeah, I didn't expect you guys to kill them as fast as you guys did, and yet, you did.
And yet someone gave us a magic trebuchet
Yeah, that and just
Or Hellfire.
unspoken, like, tactics. I mean, we were all quite tactical about that.
Are you saying you want my encounters to be harder?
No, that was a good level of hard, Doug. That was a good level of hard.
Alright.
I'd say like a balance between that and ones that have, 2 or 3 of us dropping in battle.
I'd say a balance between that and the frickin' hill giant, because damn, that thing hit hard.
The hill giant definitely would have been fatal if we took them all on.
Yeah, it's nice to have fights that are hard because numbers are big, and fights that are hard because you have to understand what to do. Like, this one was more of a puzzle fight.
Yeah, which I'm glad you didn't kill any one of the guardians over there, because now they're pretty much at your beck and call, also. So there you go, you didn't kill them, which is good.
Yeah.
Halser
My
has minions.
followers.
Wait a moment. Do we have a moose Saya?
Yeah.
Oh no.
Who knows?
Oh my god.
Who knows?
Ding
Regardless,
dong, the witch is dead. The witch is dead.
it is.
That
Indeed.
did go through my head, yes.
In any case, thank you guys so very much for watching. To the people on Twitch, watching again yet another episode of Conquerors of Nolyn. Conquerors, actually, as I have been pointed out. Hope you guys enjoyed. If you did enjoy it, in fact, you should go ahead and check out the wiki where the players will keep updated their character sheets, well, their character pages, and so you can check out who is who and what have been doing what. And as you can see, there's just too much backstory going on that you definitely want to know and do not want to miss a thing. So check out the wiki, and also do check out the replays on my YouTube channel. In case you missed an episode, you can go back and rewatch them with, just a few 4-hour long sessions, and you're gonna get all caught up. So that should be a good thing.
Okay.
And download my class and share it with your friends and family because it's good.
So I'll be posting some links here on the chat for you guys to go check in later. For the wiki and the YouTube. And other than that, I hope you guys enjoy yourselves. Have an amazing day, and remember that in 1.5 hours I have another game that I'm gonna be running. So check that out, I guess. Goodbye, Twitch people.
Boy.